Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be starting here in just a bit. We're just going to throw out some announcements on the usual channels. Let folks know that we are going.
Drops are hiding dreams and snare, but he pushes on without a care. Game on, don't look back.
Hey, Icy, welcome in. Good to see you.
Fingers attack. With every loss, a joke they crack. Metzinger Stein won't fade to black. Bus is roaring loud, it's showtime. Stakes are high, can he reach the prime? Success feels like a distant climb, but he's laughing at the grind sublime. Chat's on fire with the love and roast. Hitting milestones, they brag and boast. With his heart and soul,
Alrighty.
he's engrossed. Metzinger Stein's the one they toast.
I'm going to go ahead and throw out some shout outs for folks that are also streaming today. To start with, so we got Vance is on. He's doing some Dead or Alive Extreme today. I'm going to go ahead and mute the intro song there for a bit. There we go. There he is playing some, what is that? Is that, oh, Bomberman. And, let's see. Foxy was on. Foxy is on. He's doing, Christmas games today. And Pulse was on, also doing Christmas games today. So there are some shots out there.
Not right now, Nero. Not right now. Not right now.
Oh, that's the new clip. That was the other day when he was doing
Right back,
Zelda.
guys.
He is
Noel, you dork.
interrupted by his cat.
How could you do that to me? How could you do that to me? I love you. I love you. Yeah. Hold on.
This sounds like Legend of Dragoon. I remember when Pulse was playing that one. I think he got stuck with when you have to change discs. Wasn't working quite right. Alright. Let us switch over. Start up the ARIA review. So, for those who welcome everybody. For those who haven't seen the ARIA review before, what we're doing here is going over the last week's worth of new sets at retroachievements.org. Let me put up a link there, as usual. And what are retro achievements? Retro achievements are basically like achievements that sort of by gamers for gamers, where some people have volunteered some of their time to put together challenges and achievements for classic retro games on Super Nintendo, Genesis, Master System, lots of old consoles, stuff you may never have heard of. We're going to be talking a lot about the PC-88 today, which is a Japanese home computer from the from Nihon Electric, which is Japan Electric NEC. Was pretty popular in the 80s. We'll talk about that today. PlayStation 2, all the way up to now GameCube. So they come out with new sets for games as they're producing them. Pretty much a good handful every week. And so we're just talking about those new ones. Welcome in, Slippy. Good to see you. Hope your day's going well. yeah, so that's what retro achievements are, and we're gonna spend some of the show tonight talking about the new sets, some of the show playing some of the new sets, and some of the show talking about community highlights, and just kind of stalking other people, seeing what they've been up to. I have a list of people I follow. If you do, let me know if you want me to follow you and potentially talk about you during these community highlights. And what we're basically going to do is look at the last week's worth, go back in time, and then talk about the folks on the front page here. So the first 25 people. So you do have to compete a little bit. Just per viewer request, we don't want to spend the whole night on community highlights. So we're just gonna hit the first 25 on the list here that I'm following. So yeah, that being said, we kind of didn't complete going through all the new games last time just because there were so many. And they had there was a dev jam, which is where a bunch of devs get together and sort of focus on one system and then try and release a bunch of games for that system. And then they have an event around it for the next 3 months where if you beat or badge games on that system that came out, beat or badge the sets that came out, then you can work towards getting a special Dev Jam badge. And you can get 12 points per each Dev Jam. And then once you get up to, once you've participated in several of them and gotten yourself, I think it's like 48 points, you get sort of the level 1 badge. And if you get like 96 points, you get the level 2 badge. And there might be, later on as time goes on, there might be higher level badges after that. So the Dev Jam that they had last week was for the NEC PC8800, which, like I said, was a home computer in Japan in the 1980s. Pretty much the most popular. There were three big ones at the time. There was the PC88, there was the Sharp X1, and the FM Towns, and the MSX. Hello there.
Hello.
That sounds like a meme.
It might be a meme.
Welcome in, sir.
Yeah.
We're live already, so chat.
What?
Meme, chat.
Hi.
We were just getting started. So last week we didn't quite finish going through all the new PC88 games. We ended up at Super Pitfall. So first game of tonight is Disney World.
Interesting.
How are you doing tonight, Name? What you up to?
All right. Nothing. I don't have a clue about any of the was it PC88 stuff?
Well, cool. I'm kind of in the same boat. I know about a few of these, but it's this is kind of one of the fun parts of retro achievements is that they're doing sets for these games that a lot of us have never heard of, never played, and it kind of just spreads awareness of a lot of stuff that we didn't know about, or just stuff from foreign countries that never came here. It's pretty interesting stuff. So let's see if we can find a video of this one. I tried booting this one up, and it does work. I was able to get it working on the Gwazi 88. But it is a text adventure, and a text adventure that was in Japan only. So I wasn't quite sure what to put in, or what types of commands I'd have. I'm used to playing like Zork and some of the text adventures we had here, where you have stuff like, north, south, east, west, get item, pick up item, use item, etc. I don't know what the right words are in Japanese. I guess it would be, well, it's been a while since I practiced my Japanese for directions. I think the Tokyo is east, but it's forgetting what the actual word is for that. But anyway, let's look this one up and see if we can find some gameplay. Here we go. Welcome in, Cosmic. Good to see you. Thank you for the lurk. So if you wanted to, you probably could just watch this video as you play and enter in the stuff that they do and get kind of a free badge, because it is an adventure game. It's not usually it's not super complicated. They might have some, if they know the game well, there might be other things that are not required for beating the game that you might do, that might be, there might be achievements around. But it might just be the case that you basically have to go through the game and do the normal stuff you do. But the basic outline of the plot here is that you're Dizeni Man, and you've been summoned to Nagoya to go fight off an alien invasion by HAL 3. So there's a lot of reading in Japanese on this one, because it's a text adventure. Did you play any text adventures growing up, man? Like Zork?
Zork 1 and 2. They're not exactly. Well, no, I can't say that because I was about to say the King's Quest games, the earlier ones, but they wasn't really like one in. I want to say up to at least like 4 was kind of sort of.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few others that are just not coming to me right off the top of my head. Yeah, I'm drawing blanks here. I'm kind of mystified by this game's art style. It seems very like I don't know. It almost seems like something that Apogee would have took it in way back in the day. Very indie developed.
Oh yeah. Pretty much. And welcome in, Wise Man. Good to see you. Pretty much all the games on PC-88 were there wasn't like a lot of standards out there. So these were all really small studios, usually, a handful of people working on them. No budget, practically. Very early on in the kind of video game industry, game development stuff. There were a few studios out there that did have bigger budgets for things. It's like Koei was making games for this. Telenet, I think, had a bigger budget for a lot of their games. So there were some, that were more like, I wouldn't necessarily call them AAA, but single A studios. I don't know. Yeah, more professional outfits, but the great majority of them were, especially when they started out, like a lot of these places, if they sold like 1,000 copies of a game or 5,000 copies of a game, like that was considered great success.
Is PC-88 the one that had how I don't know what it would be called, but I guess Castlevania and Rusty?
So Rusty came along in the 90s, and there was from the same company, NEC. They're the ones that put out the PC Engine as well, but
Right.
the PC-98 was sort of the next generation of systems, and it came out, I guess in the late 80s is when it started coming out with stuff, and there were several editions of that, and Rusty came out in I think it was like 94, 95, something like that. So that one is there. This one, PC-88 and PC-98 are both kind of famous as the starting grounds for a lot of the Falcom games. So like the Xanadu, Dragon Slayer, Ys. This would be the system that they were originally developed for, was the PC-88.
Oh, neat.
And then other companies kind of grabbed the design, I guess, and a lot of the music and the characters, and then kind of did their own thing on other consoles. So like the Genesis version was like Falcom's given development credit, but it would have been, I think, like Renovation that did most of the programming for it. Hudson was the one that did most of the stuff on PC Engine, and on Nintendo, the Famicom.
What? Why does it look like a messed up Ultraman? Oh, and there's no.
Say again?
That last picture that was there looked like a messed up Ultraman.
Oh yeah. Huh. Oh, I guess you go into the restroom and you knock on one of the doors, and there's the guy changing into an Ultraman suit.
Interesting ideas and designs.
Yeah, we can kind of skip ahead here and see some of the other stuff here. So I want to say this game, like the art reminds me a lot of it's like a fan's version of a lot of Toriyama stuff.
Yeah, I can see it.
But yeah, so kind of just a text adventure with some graphics to go along with it. Pretty basic stuff, but interesting little game. Icy says, you used a set request for Rusty as soon as you found out it existed. You like Castlevania and you like cute girls, so it's a good match. Well, there you go.
There you go.
It's probably going to be a while because they don't have BC98. They don't really have a good retro achievements interaction. That's not the right word I want to look for. They don't have a good integration with any of the cores for PC98 yet. So that's going to be a good while. That they have PC88 sort of suggests that they'll eventually get PC98, but it's several years out, I would think, and not really on the. I think the next stuff they're looking forward to is DOS, Wii, and Commodore 64.
Oh, I can't wait for DOS. Oh, I still can't wait for DOS.
Yeah, that's going to be major nostalgia fuel for me. A lot of DOS games in my childhood. All right, next up we got Xanadu, which we were just talking about. I also tried to boot this one up. It does work. It's a multi-game. Multi-disc game. I'm having troubles today. Anyway, it's a multi-disc game that it didn't quite work right with the RetroArch Core Quasi 88, so I think I'll probably have to use the standalone. There's a standalone RA Quasi 88 to get this working, and it's only doing the hash check on the program disk. So this is the way the PC-88 was designed. You'd have typically 2 floppy drives, and for most games you'd have a lot of games were single disk, so you just pop the one disk in, and you might have a user disk where you would save games. So you might like create your own user disk, or you might have one that came along with the game that you'd expect to save games on. A lot of them have you save the game on the system disk itself, which, I mean, obviously these days, for the sake of keeping things salvageable and usable forever and so on, people wouldn't want to use the system disks to save their games on in general. But that being said, there were a lot of games that were 3 disks, 4 disks, 5 disks, etc. And so you typically have like a system disk or program disk, and then you'd be swapping out scenario disks in Drive 2 and or your user disk to do when you're saving or loading. So it's pretty easy to swap around disks on the standalone. In RetroArch, you can kind of, but it's a little bit more involved, and Rayquaza is a lot better. The RetroArch version is a lot better at playing single disc games, and whenever you have multi-disc stuff, you're kind of better off with a standalone. So, anyway, that being said, Xanadu is a very early RPG, action RPG. This is from Falcom, the same guys who did Foxanadu. So Foxanadu is kind of the a takeoff of this game by Hudson, and it's them essentially porting this game to Nintendo, but very much making their own version of it. This was a super complicated game that in Falcon gave awards to like the 3 or 4 people that sent them screenshots of the end game scene. At the time, like 2 or 3 years out after releasing the game, there were only like 3 or 4 people in the whole of their little gaming community that had actually finished the game. But it was one of the most popular games of those years. And again, this is like, you're talking 5 to 10,000 units sold is kind of what was the sign of success at the time. But it's very much, it uses the bump system, but it's a sort of a 2D platformer. So it's
like in Highlight?
I think Highlight also uses it, but Highlight is isometric, like top down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just still the same kind of like attack usage. I don't know what's another one. Ease. You get like Ease 1, Book 1 and 2. Those both had bump mechanics. Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, that's a lot.
Now, how'd you pronounce that?
Xanadu.
Okay. I've always thought it was Xanadu.
Xanadu? I don't know.
Just like the other one on NES you were talking about earlier, I always called it Faxanadu.
Maybe that's the right way to pronounce it. I don't claim to, be the arbiter of correct pronunciation here.
Oh no, I was about to say, I think I've been pronouncing it wrong if that's the way to do it.
I just think of that song from ELO, with, what's her name? She's like the daughter of some other singer. Slippy says he says it the way you say it.
Oh, thank goodness I'm not alone. Also, hi Slippy. Hope everything's going well. I need to bring up, let's see here. Even Steam Deck stuff. I need to bring up Chrome so I can watch the chat as well.
So, you have some leveling in this game, but I think the leveling is like you're going to these trainers and leveling up the individual skills. So you have to go gather a bunch of gold and then come back to, train up your strength, train up your wisdom, your dex, etc. at these various places.
You must be kidding whenever you said complicated. My great goody Google, look at those stats.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated game, and if you want to play this one, it's definitely best to probably find a guide or try and look up some videos. There's a group that Foxy and I like a lot called the Basement Brothers that have a whole video on this one. It actually came up. It was actually the first thing that came up here. They do a show called PC88 Paradise. And they go into a lot of the information on this one. I'd highly recommend this particular podcast on it. It's pretty cool. I'll link that here in chat. But like I said, it's a pretty complicated game. They were really aiming high with it.
Seems ambitious for its time.
And something else we could note here is that one of the things Falcom was really good at doing was like optimizing their software, and you can see like the way those scenes are getting painted in. It's really quick compared to like the previous game we were looking at, the Disney World. Because like Disney World was like bringing it in one color at a time, and this one's more like
it actually functions how you would want it to.
Yeah, it's still not fast, like, by our standards, but it's a lot faster than the other one.
I'm having to remind myself of the time period because I'm watching this scrolling and I'm just like, my great goody goo goo.
Yeah.
But smooth scrolling wasn't really a PC or a computer thing at the time, up until what, Commander Keen, I think.
Yeah, the guys at id were just playing around with trying to make kind of a PC version of Mario. I think that was the story.
Mario 3.
Yeah, and they wanted to do a come up with a way to scroll the screen smoothly, and they kind of did. They did okay. They're probably smoother games, but it was considered really, really smooth for the time when Commander Keen came out. And for DOS, that was like, what, 90, 92, 93?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
But yeah, this would involve a lot of keyboard usage just to, say yes, no, buy, trying to select which thing you want, etc. So it's not going to be just something you can pop in and play on the gamepad, unfortunately.
Huh, even little cutscenes, would you look at that?
Oh, and here's battle. Hey, Foxy. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for the raid.
Foxy.
For your raid, shout out here.
Beat you to it.
Oh, thanks. Double shout out.
Hey, cool. Okay. I don't know if there's a heart container down here or not. Maybe.
Anyway,
Oh, no.
welcome in everybody from Foxy's.
What a
I'm
waste.
Darren Metz, and co-hosting
Whoops.
with me here is Maine.
Hi, guys.
Oh.
We are
just
doing
wasted
the
that.
ARA review, where we go through the last week's worth of new sets on Retro Achievements.
Okay.
We're just barely starting
Hello,
out into like the
and
30,
I got
welcome to
300,
the Aperture
so you-
Science Computer Aided Enrichment Center.
going through like the second or third game, second or third new set. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated.
Oh, what was that? No, I don't
We try to do
have enough
this
time. I don't have enough time.
every Monday. I kind of got behind last Monday. Spent 4 hours
No, wait, I
mostly
didn't-
just playing the PC88 games that came out. Thank you again for the follow,
Oh, dang it.
Eddie and Lady Levi, much appreciated. But yeah, we're going through talking about Xanadu right now, which is one of the games that got a new set. Actually, the week before last rather than last week, because like I said, we're a little bit behind. But I was trying to play this one and the other one and the one before this, but they both required a lot more figuring out than I had time for before stream. So we're just kind of watching somebody else play it for the moment and talking about it. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Welcome in, Cassette, Kami, Maddie Boombatty, good to see you. LaBuff. Hope you guys are all having a great day. Itoli, welcome in. Definitely don't want your family seeing that. What? That mastery for lock-on? So our review, like we were saying, our review is Retro Achievement Review. I've got the retroachievements.org tagged here as for the pinned for the night, the link there. But it's basically a website. Here, I'll show you here. Welcome in, Wolfie. Good to see you. So it's a website where they put together achievements and challenges for some of the old retro systems, and you can earn them basically by playing through RetroArch and loading up some of these older games, and then kind of start earning achievements. And it's pretty cool that you can. It's kind of by gamers for gamers, and it's really breathes some fresh air into some of the old classics, gives you a reason to go back and play them, but also introduces a lot of games that a lot of us have never heard of on systems that often didn't come over here. Were Japan only or Europe only.
Hey, Baron,
Yes, sir.
before you keep going a little bit too far, check the chat.
Check my chat.
Yep, check the chat.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, sorry. Sorry if I'm going on and tell you things you already know. But anyway, we're just going through and covering the last week's worth for this show. We just covered the last week's worth of new sets, but we kind of got behind last week, so it's 2 weeks ago plus some this week. Ah, very cool. Appreciate it. We really appreciate all the people who volunteer their time to make sets. All the devs on RA. You guys make this happen, so thank you. Anyway, we were talking about Xanadu, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Let's take a look at the set here.
But my great goody Google, I don't know how you'd play without a guide.
Yeah, probably would need a guide to kind of figure out what to do on this one. I mean, you could probably have some fun just exploring on your own, but from the like I was saying, actually kind of before the raid, there's a group called Basement Brothers that did a whole video on this particular game, and there's a lot of different places and ways to get yourself soft locked in this game, where you can use up items before you're supposed to and not be able to progress forward.
Man, as Baron was Killzone set last week.
Yes, we'll get to talking about Killzone.
Oh, I can't wait. Love me some Killzone.
Cassette says, hardest part was just figuring out how to get PC-88 working. Yes. That is... the PC-88's a kind of complicated system to get working. Like I said, it was a home computer for the Japanese market. In the 80s, it used floppy disks and tapes to play games on, and some of those were multiple disks. And it's a little complicated to get some of these things working. But it's cool when you do. It's cool when you do. How do you decide which set? Sorry, go ahead.
Basically, Baron and whoever decides to join him for this show kind of goes down through the list of everything that came out for new in this week, and well, plus new additions. We just kind of look over and watch videos on them and decide if they're interesting or not. Just kind of tell you about the set, what seems hard, what doesn't. It's not like a full-on review, as in we've played the games yet. It's just kind of I guess, more of a overview, I suppose.
Yeah, it's like I mean, if anything, it's like a first impressions review to an extent. And we try to hit all the games, all of the new ones, and all the new subsets, and we skip over hacks and homebrews, mainly just because there's usually a lot of games anyway, and we got to find some way to filter out something. But also just because I think what people are most interested in is more of the retail games. So yeah, we're just kind of letting people know what sets are out there, what new games got sets, and then maybe kind of look through the set and see what's involved there and talk about some of that stuff. Yeah, so looks like a pretty straightforward set as far as Xanadu goes here. You do need to go and get a bunch of different titles, and I have no idea what's involved with these. Probably a lot of like learning spells or mastering certain types of spells. It's like Necromancer. You probably have to go learn how to raise the dead. Thaumaturgist, I'm guessing, is fire spells. Conjurer is probably conjury. Master Lord is probably from beating the game, I would think. And so that's a 25 pointer. Well, it's not marked as a progression achievement. So, defeat the King of Dragons would be that.
Ooh, there you go. There's an idea for a side segment.
Do you plan on reviewing the sets involved in the Retro Achievement event? We have been talking about events as they come up. So last week we did. This week we're talking about a lot of the games that are part of the PC88 Dev Jam. So we talked about what a Dev Jam is, and last week we started talking about the Christmas event. This is as good a time as any, I guess, to just talk about that. So let me bring that back up here. On the front page, there's usually this is gonna be it. Oh, there it is. So we got the Retro Achievements, which is the Christmas event for RA, and then there's the Dev Jam stuff here. So the Christmas event, for those who are unfamiliar with it or weren't here last week, the Christmas event is they picked out a bunch of different Christmas related games or games that have Christmas levels, and you can get a pretty cool event badge if you get, I think it's 15 points. Yeah, 15 points. And each game badged is 2 points, beat is 1 point. There's quite a few games on here that are relatively quick. So you've got Home Alone, Santa Claus Jr., Sonic Winter Adventure, Batman Returns, Elf the Movie, Monopoly. Those are relatively short games. Not necessarily short to badge, but fairly short games in general. Elf Bowling. And then you got some other ones that are a little bit more of a grind. You've got Nickelodeon Party Blast, which is one of the new games that came out for GameCube as part of the GameCube event as well. But it's a party game, kind of like Mario Party. You got The Grinch, which is kind of infamous as a very janky movie-based game. I think that's a 3D platformer, if I remember right. Banjo, go ahead.
You said you think it's a 3D platformer. I said, yep.
Yeah. Why says avoid Batman Returns, and NES game is trash. That's
Also,
too bad.
Avoid Elf game on Game Boy. Howsoever, someone mastered it within an hour. So, if you want that self-inflicted pain, it might be a quick badge.
There you go. And then we got Banjo-Kazooie, which is kind of a classic on N64. Kind of really defined the collectathon 3D platformer genre. Was really kind of the standout game, even more so than Mario 64. Got Polar Express, which is another tie-in movie. I'm not sure what all mechanics are in that game. You got Donald Duck Going Quackers, which I think is a 3D platformer as well. That one's on 64 as well as PlayStation 2. But this is the PS2 set. The Buff says he mastered 3 games, Elf, Snow Bros, and Wacky Races, and he wrote an article about one of the sets. Nice. Crash Like even. Interesting. So like Crash Bandicoot. Days Before Christmas is a 2D platformer. Snow Bros is it's a 2D platformer, but I'd call it more of an arcade style game. You're kind of just you've got some mechanics there of how to like you hit enemies with snowballs and you have to roll the snowballs down to the bottom of the screen. And then usually they'll turn into stuff that you can grab for points. And there's a bunch of bosses that are a little bit more specific. Wacky Races is a 2D platformer based on the Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Really good. It's not a there's a racing game for it on Game Boy Color, but this one's just a straight up 2D platformer. You play as the I think it's Snipe. Is it Snipely the dog?
I thought it was Muttley.
Muttley. So you play as the villain's dog, running around beating, kind of like, I guess I don't know exactly what the plot is, but I think you're sabotaging the other racers, which is very much in theme with that game or with that series. So Pretty fun stuff. Snipely is his cousin, Wolfie says. And you got Olympic Winter Games, Mario and Sonic the Olympic Winter Games, which is a kind of a mini game, but they're all like skiing, like various events at the Olympics. So like you have I don't know if you have curling, but you'd have like the hot dog, the
yeah, I'll let you get to that one.
yeah. The plot is trying and failing to save Dick Dastardly from trouble. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Automod is not picky at all about context. Anyway, so yeah, Olympic Winter Games is kind of a mini game. I've heard bad stuff about this one, that it's not a very fun one, but I haven't played it, so no comment from me. Tasmania on Genesis is another 2D platformer following Taz from Looney Tunes. Knocker was saying this one's pretty tough. And if Knocker's saying something's pretty tough, then it's probably really tough. Then we got Winter Olympic Games on the Super Nintendo, which is another mini game with Winter Olympics as the sort of category. And you have South Park, which was this an RPG or was this the first-person shooter? Do you know, Meme?
I zoned out. I'm sorry. What?
Did you ever play South Park on 64?
Oh, that's the FPS one.
Okay, so this was an FPS. I think you shoot chicken eggs or something with like a chicken gun or something. Snowballs.
Oh well, you do. Hang on. You do get a chicken gun. That's a little chicken. Yeah. Let's see here. You get a plunger gun, the dart gun. What's the other one? Dodgeballs. Some kind of new gun. There's all kinds of crazy guns in it. If you can get past the game's low. Oh, what am I thinking of? How far you can see out. Draw distance. Very low draw distance.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's on the N64, so it's probably. I mean, I want to say like Turok had that problem too.
Turok definitely had that problem.
The Doom on 64
a lot more fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Doom on 64 is supposed to be really good, but and of course you have GoldenEye too. So there were a few good FPS games on in 64. But I've never played this one, so can't really comment. But if you like the South Park series, you like that kind of humor, might be worth checking out. Silent Hill Tier Fog. Gotcha. Next we got Paper Mario, which is kind of the beginning of the Mario. Well, I guess Super Mario RPG is more the beginning of the Mario RPG series, but Paper Mario had a bunch of sequels, so this is kind of the beginning of that series. You later had the Superstar Saga and the Mario and Luigi games too. Both this one and the Mario and Luigi have a lot of similar mechanics. I think Super Mario RPG had some of those too. So it kind of takes from that and runs with it, and then it has kind of a theme. It really plays on the theme that they're all like made out of paper and are like stickers, and it has some good comedy that's sort of built on top of the whole context there. They did a really good job with the translation as well. On the process of working through that one, you're past chapter 2. Cool. And then we've got a demo of the Nights. Nights into Dreams is this very unique game. How to describe it? I guess it would be. It's not exactly a flight simulator. That's maybe the wrong term to use. A flying 2D platformer? I don't know.
2.5D.
Yeah, 2.
Here for that one.
Yeah, it's a very unique game. You're kind of like on a racetrack, and you control this character that's like kind of flying around on screen for most of the game. Like you also have a portion where you're playing like a little kid or whatever, and you have to transform into the main character. But once you're the main character, you're like floating around on like a little race course, and you have a certain time. And whereas a lot of games that are kind of this theme of almost like a race, in most of those games, you like the faster you finish a course, the better. This one's more like the more loops on the course you can get, the better. So it's like get as many points as you can within the time period. So it's almost like I don't want to say it's like the antithesis of a race game, but kind of is. But some really interesting mechanics. And then once you finish a course with enough points, you get a certain rank, and you get into a boss fight that is more like a sort of floating, flying 3D platformer boss battle kind of thing, where you go and run and like grab things and throw them, and you have to like grab it at the right time and hit the boss with the right kind of thing. Anyway, it's a little hard to explain, but this is like that game with the Christmas theme. So it's like an extra level, I guess I would say. Do you have you played this one, name?
No, I have not ever played the Knights. I've watched people play them, but I've never myself played them.
Ah, okay.
So I mean, I'd love to add with you, but I honestly clueless on how it controls and how it all functions. Just watching it is kind of just odd, I suppose, to me, because of how it goes, how it flows. Loopy loops and like these Sonic moves and stuff like that. So these hoops through this course and trying to yeah. Game quality of this event has a lot lower standards than the Halloween event of last year. A lot low. Oh, he's saying because of the Jank games. Okay, never mind. I get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I paid that much attention to the events back when the Halloween event came out last year. I kind of skipped it this year because we were still doing GameCube stuff, and I was like trying to hurry to finish that one up. But I don't know. Next we got Snatcher. Snatcher is a kind of visual novel. You have like some shooting range type events or sections that you go through where you're fighting off, smaller robots and snatchers and things like that. You're just kind of shooting them as they come up. I haven't played the Sega CD version. I think I played the MSX version, and that one you basically have like 9 screens, and you're just sort of picking which screen you're shooting based on when the enemies pop up. So you don't really have to like aim exactly. I think the Sega CD version is maybe more like a House of the Dead or Area 51 kind of, or like Time Crisis, where you actually have more control over where you're aiming, and you have to be much more precise. But it's a really cool storyline. It's kind of like the Body Snatcher Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but instead of aliens, it's kind of Cold War era developed Soviet robots sneaking into society.
Sorry, I keep doing that. I always figured it was much more tied and in line with Blade Runner, which is why I like the story of it so well.
In terms of like theme, yeah, kind of, yeah, it's very much like, because Blade Runner, you've got robots or androids out there, and you can't tell if they're human or not, and the main character's job is to go and find them and terminate them if they are androids and not humans. So Snatcher's got some similar themes going. Hey Roto, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, for your shout out here.
Oh, you beat me to that one.
Hey Necro, thank you. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, right, jump scare. Yeah, but it's a really cool storyline. As you say, it's got some elements of Blade Runner in there. It's got Invasion of the Body Snatchers. you know, if you've ever played The Thing or watched The Thing, it's kind of got some of those themes too. Very cool game. Kind of a, like I said, sort of a visual novel with some shoot 'em up elements, or not really shoot 'em up, gallery shooter. I don't know.
Rail shooter?
On rail shooter. Yeah, on rail shooter. But pretty neat game. The next up we got Parasite Eve. So Parasite Eve is RPG from Square. It's kind of an action RPG. You have control over your character within the battlefield, so you can kind of run around and maybe avoid some attacks. And it's kind of got a bit of the ATB system from the Final Fantasy series, where you have to like wait until your character's sort of charged and ready to do something. And they have like a timer that goes off, so you're kind of avoiding stuff until you can make a move, whether that's like shooting something or using a kind of a the game doesn't have magic in terms of like fantasy magic, but it has like mitochondria, so that time of month becomes magical, essentially. It's an interesting game. It is pretty gross, has a lot of transformations of various creatures into monsters, very much like Resident Evil, so fair warning if you're weak of stomach. But still a pretty cool game. See, and then we got James Pond 2, which is a 2D platformer. I guess I would just call this like sort of a Euro style 2D platformer. It's a lot of those games made over in Europe are more like you have larger levels that are more maze-like, and there's a lot more exploration. Where I feel like the Japanese 2D platformers are much more kind of straightforward, linear style. Some of those are really hard. It's really hard sometimes to sort of go back and forth between something like a Castlevania and like James Pond. But this is maybe not as maze-like as some of the as the first one, so I think it's probably a bit better. Have you played this one, Mame?
Negative. Nope.
Ah.
I've played. Let's see here. I played James Pond on. Oh, sadly enough, this was back when I was part of Players Guide, and Knocker. This was when Knocker was first starting to get to know me and start expanding his gaming repertoire, and he got me to play that some kind of James Bond. Couldn't tell you which one, but I didn't have a great time. I'm glad Wolfie and Wiseman. I'm glad they can have a good time. I didn't have a good time.
It's very different. It's a very different kind of platformer if you're used to more like Mario and Contra and some of those ones. This one's much more, like I say, it's more like collect things, explore levels, a lot of backtracking back and forth, sometimes on the same level, and the objectives sometimes are a little bit different or a little bit more involved. Like you have to take an item from one section of the level to some other section of the level and do something with it, kind of thing.
So Metroidvania, that's not a Metroidvania. Gotcha.
Yeah, I guess you could think of it that way. Like each level is kind of its own little Metroidvania, kind of, sort of. Wise Man says it was decent, not great. You just did it for the event. At least it was decent.
More power to you.
And then the last one on the list here was the Die Hard trilogy. So these are kind of a third-person over-the-shoulder shooter on PlayStation, and I think it was originally in the arcade, but it follows the Die Hard movies.
Yeah, there should be 3 different game styles in there. One should be an over-the-shoulder shooter, one should be a beat 'em up, and the other one should be, I think, a driving thing.
Huh.
Could be remembering that wrong, but I'm thinking, yeah, I'm thinking that's how that kind of goes.
Yeah, so there's, being a trilogy, there's 3 games. There's Die Hard, Die Harder, and With a Vengeance. They're all supposed to kind of follow the three different movies. I think With a Vengeance is the one where he co-stars with Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And then Die Harder is the one at the airport, I think.
Yes. Almost positive. Man, it's been years since I've seen those movies. The sad thing is, whenever I think about Die Hard, I can't help but think about also Lethal Weapon and how we didn't get any good games for that either.
Yeah, I don't remember any Lethal Weapon games. I'm sure there must have been some.
I remember one on the Game Boy, I think. I'm almost positive.
Oh, Super Nintendo, Game Boy, Nintendo, Nemesis. Oh, that's probably a achievement. I wonder if there's like a hub. Nope. There's not a hub for Lethal Weapon.
Probably not enough games to make out of it.
Oh, there's an NES game, and it's got a set.
I can only imagine its quality.
And getting too old for that crap. He has to walk into Harlem with the signboard on the beginning. Yeah, that was the With a Vengeance. I remember that. Fun, but looked rough even by early PS1 polygons. Yeah, it was a very early PS1 game, and I think it was a port from the arcade games.
Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Computer Aided Enrichment Center.
Thanks for the follow, LaBeouf. Much appreciated. Hopefully this is helpful or useful or interesting for you as we go. I mean, obviously, you're familiar with RA and stuff, but we're just having fun here.
Entertainment.
Yeah, entertainment. So we did cover a bunch of the Dev Jam stuff last week, and we'll cover some more this week as we're kind of going through. But overall, Dev Jam is just when they release a bunch of games together for a particular system. And this last week it was the PC-88 that got a bunch of these things, which is why we were talking about it so much. So going back to the list where we were at, we're talking about Xanadu. Next one on the list here is Bomb Jack. Potato. Yeah, I like the Portal. Portal is what that game's from, or what that the game that's from. Yeah.
Oh, GLaDOS.
Yes, indeed. I'm a potato. So Bomb Jack is a 2D platformer action game. This one's kind of got ported all over the place. I think it started in the arcade, and I think there's ports over to like Super Nintendo and some of the other things. It's actually really tough. I tried playing quite a few different versions of this at various times. Game Boy version, it's fun, but you're basically just, the screen very quickly gets filled up with enemies that you gotta avoid, and you gotta grab all the bombs on screen to finish the level without hitting enemies. So it has a very steep learning curve in terms of just the difficulty. But let's see, as far as the achievements go, get bonus multiplier. There's some deathless. Clear the first 5 rounds without losing a life. Collect 20 bombs on any stage on 1 life. Turn all the baddies into coins. And reach multiplier x3. So basically get past stage 5 to beat the game. But then to badge it, you're going to have to get all the way to 10. Cassette Cobra says Bomb Jack was pretty challenging. Biggest problem was clipping through the power-ups. Yeah, the hitboxes in this game can be a little unforgiving. That's for sure. But we can pull this one up. On Jack, PC 88, gameplay.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty. It is a little unfortunate how some of these guys blend in. Oh, hey, welcome back, Rotor. Had a really crummy day at work. You had 3 people either get fired or quit. Wow. Snap for having earphones on, and last one quit via text. Oof. That is a rough day. Maddie says he thinks he played it on arcade once. Wolfie says it was a ripoff of a Beatles song on the OST from what you remember. Oh, it has a ripoff of a Beatles song. Well, I mean, it's kind of appropriate considering how many Beatles songs are ripoffs from other bands. Alright, next we got Nintendo No Golf and Nintendo No Tennis. So this is Nintendo Golf and Nintendo Tennis. It's about what you'd expect. Let's see here. Finish a whole round of golf. Sink the ball in the hole without landing on the green. So basically, hole-in-one there. Beat a game with a score of 72 or lower. Complete a hole with an eagle or better. I think an eagle is like 2 below par. Get a hole-in-one. Complete each hole with a par or better. Oh, that's a pretty straightforward set as far as it goes. There's only 18 holes. So if you like golf games, this might be a pretty easy set for you. No golf. 88. The first one was supposed to have opened fuel today, so you had a second part of that morning over at fuel. You had to spend part of that morning over at fuel. Yeah, it's really a pain when people don't show up when they're supposed to. Like, it's understandable if they're having health problems and all. Like, you know, people need to attend to their health, but at the same time, it's you know, when you have responsibilities and you leave other people hanging, it's not good. Timeout for Baron for dissing the Beatles. Aren't we 60 years too late for that? So it's kind of what you expect from a golf game. You know, probably pick your club, hit a button, hit another button to you know, determine power. It's all about timing. And once you get to the green, it's more of a putting. Double bogey. I'm not great at golf games. I enjoy some of them. Played quite a few growing up, like Lynx and what was his name? Something Woods? Tiger Woods? Tiger Woods. Played a few of those games. They were pretty fun, but anyway, there you go. Nintendo Golf. Not a lot to say about it. If you like golf games, it's a pretty short set. Give it a go. And actually beat. It only requires you to win one round, to finish a round, to beat it. You don't even have to get par on all the different elements there. Get chased by your wife onto the golf course. Next up, we got Nintendo Tennis. This one's also a pretty short set. Win any set after reaching the tiebreaker round. Win any set without letting your rival score. Win any set without letting your rival score on level 5 difficulty. A perfect game by getting any set points. So you can let your opponent score, but you can't let them win a game. Usually, I think for tennis games, it's like best of 5. So if you win 3 sets, you get this one. Win 3 sets right away. And then level 5 difficulty seems the hardest one. Okay, so basically, if you play through the game on the hardest difficulty and beat it, then you get the badge, more or less. You still have to get a perfect game, which might be tough, but take a look at this one. Nintendo Tennis, PC88. Not the most optimized game. It's a bit slow. The only tennis game you liked was on the Super Nintendo, Maddie says. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. I'm kind of partial to Mario Tennis and the Mario Tennis series. How about you show us some lock on? Cooper, you're gonna give me a hard time about that one, aren't you? I was just trying to participate in the event. You know? Virtua Tennis was great. I don't think I ever played Virtua Tennis. That was the Sega one, right? Let's make sure we're not skipping any here. Okay.
Okay, and I have returned.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
We were just looking at Nintendo Golf and Nintendo Tennis on PC88.
Nintendo licensed games on a completely different thing.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Neat. Oh yeah, I forgot that they did do that.
There were a whole series of arcade Nintendo games too. The I think it's the Play 10, something like that.
The Play 10 arcade?
Yeah. So you had like Mario Brothers, and I think I don't know if they put 3 on there. I think they put Lost Levels on there at some point, and I think they put the Mario 2 USA on Play 10 as well.
Good night, Maddie. The Play 10 Choice arcade game, or the arcades, were just a bunch of NES cartridges, basically.
Yeah. Yep. And these are full-on ports to home computer systems. I want to say there were some on I mean there were definitely some on the other Japanese home computers like the MSX and the FM Towns and the X1. I think there might have been some on DOS as well.
Well, I mean, back then, before they even had their own consoles, you've seen like Nintendo stuff on all kinds of stuff. Even the Atari 2600, as bad as I hate to point that out, but I mean, it's got its own Donkey Kong and the original Mario Brothers. Back whenever Nintendo, you know, used to share their software.
Yep. So let's see, first 3 waves, first 5 waves. So there's some Deathless in this set for Mario Brothers Special. This is the next game we're going to be talking about here. This is kind of more like the Mario Brothers on Atari that we were actually just talking about a second ago, rather than Mario Brothers. Yeah, so it's a 2D platformer, but it's more like arcade action rather than going through like several levels and you know, clearing out a castle at the end.
Sewer pipes.
Yep. gain extra life by getting 20k.
That's what I forgot. I forgot to grab something. I'll be right back again. Dadgummit.
Alright. Stomp all the baddies before they drop past the center trampoline. Okay. I'm actually gonna boot this one up because because this is kind of classic. Let me see if I can get this going here. Hopefully should be a single disc game. There is a Mario. There's a Mario on PC-88 that already had a set that was pretty bad because it was like an exact replica of the NES Mario game, Super Mario Brothers. But it didn't have scrolling, so you would complete a section, jump on that section, and then end up like going, like the screen would transfer over to the next part of that level, and the next part of that level could be like right where a fire trap was or something. I watched VCG play some of that one, Super Mario Brothers Special. Here we are, this one. Don't play this one. I highly recommend not playing this one. It's really bad. Unless you've already conquered all the other Mario games out there, and are really curious, or really looking for the jank challenge, don't try this one. But the Mario Brothers Special, on the other hand, is not so bad. So let me see if I can pull this one up. I'll look at the supported game file here. Set 1 V1 mode. Okay. So that means we should run this in V1. Let's see here.
Okay, now I'm back. Good Lord have mercy.
Welcome back again.
Got up, grabbed my drink, got a phone call and all that good stuff. Forgot my dang nicotine. But we're good now.
All right. Well, let's see here. I'm gonna try pulling this one up. Let me transition over to our RetroArch. There we go. We want to be in V1 for this. So let's try it with this. Let's see if the achievements popped up. I don't think it did. Oh. Huh.
Nope.
That's weird. No achievements to display though. Let me just double check something here real quick. Okay, so oftentimes there's a couple different versions of discs floating around. This is the set one that we want on this one, rather than the regular one. So let's see here. This one here, and this one. There we go.
Oh, you got it? All right,
Maybe?
awesome. It looked like it showed that it registered. Oh, this is interesting.
I think you have to make to the top. Oh gosh. Well, so much for that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm confused because this is not the Mario Brothers that I'm pretty sure me and you both know at this point. What in the world are you supposed to do here?
I'm not sure. Timed out. Okay.
Well, this is a Hudson game, so I'm waiting for the Hudson B to show up somewhere.
Oh, great. Hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
Do you know the objective of this one, Manny? For the Mario Brothers special?
Not real. I don't think I've ever played this, so
I know I've definitely heard about it, but
I don't think I've like ever even really seen someone play it, so trying to think if
I think you're supposed to hit these buttons.
Try touching the exit sign. Where do you see an exit sign, Suppa? Oh, wait. Is that what pops up over there? No, that's just where the blocks are going again. Also, hi, Suppa.
I'm not seeing an exit sign.
I don't either. That's both sides of top row. Oh, they're meant.
Oh, we're
okay,
just
they're-
dumb.
Yeah.
No,
they're-
like I
they're
tried jumping in the
green.
pipes.
No. Look at the green bars on the side. If you
Oh!
don't pay attention, they blend in.
yeah, we
Oh,
didn't see that.
I did not. see
Now I
that until
feel really
I pointed
stupid.
out.
thank you, Safa. Okay.
This is like watching a mouse in a lab trying to find its way out of a maze. Okay, I guess you are now deemed a experiment mouse parent.
It does the topology thing. It's a torus. It's not really an exit.
Oh wait, are you moving those? You are moving those.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm. Whoa, I jumped through there. That's weird.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Not a clue.
Oh, come on.
Okay, so they're all facing right. What if we make them all facing left and then try it? Oh, and they even time down. How good. How great.
Hit all the switches.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Are they like a time thing?
I guess, if you watch the kind of clicking down. You gotta hit them in the right order, though. Oh my goodness, Wolfie, if you know what the heck to do, then why don't you give us a clue? I mean, just tell us what to do. How about that? Because that was a clue. Deal.
Hey, Sharon, welcome in. Oh, gosh. It's a little hard to read the way the platforms go.
This is where the manual for the game web came in handy.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, dang it. It was there. Do you see the exits came down?
Yep.
Oh, there it is. Wow, you get like 4 seconds.
You got to be moving.
Where? Yeah, I'm okay. This one would take some learning to figure out how to play and how to get there. And let's see, we're running at 4 megahertz, so there's no slower you can go. But I think this is running perhaps a little bit faster than it would have originally.
Just like the rest of the sets.
Yeah. Anyway, welcome in, Manny. Welcome to the show, chat. Manny, chat. Manny Hours is one of the devs at RA, one of the junior devs. Really, let me throw you a shout out here.
That link sucks. It goes to someone who's dumb.
You can't catch me.
I
Damn it,
lost my
fucked up.
horse.
You can't catch
I'm
me.
depressed.
You lost your horse.
I was early. No.
Yeah.
Run.
Glitched into the wall. I have no idea.
You can't catch
Well,
me.
oh, this. Okay, I remember.
This is miserable.
I think that's the worst Gutsman I've ever done in my life.
Well, we were just talking about going over the new sets here. There we are. A lot of PC-88 games in the list. Let's see, so that was Mario Brothers Special. Next one we got another adventure game. I think this one's a text adventure game as well. But this is Kido Senshi Gundam Part 1. So this is a text adventure that follows along with the story of probably the first movie, which covers like the first, I don't know, it's about like 50 episodes for the first series, Gundam 0079. So this is probably about like the first 18 episodes or so. Wolfie says you're going pretty slow. And you looking young in that clip. Oof.
I look the exact same. I just have longer hair now.
Really straightforward set here. All of these are progress. So I don't know if some of these text adventures have parts that you can see that are sort of off the beaten path, but there aren't any achievements for that in this set. So let's see if we can look this one up. Gundam Part 1, PC-88 play. Aha!
I'm surprised you were actually able to find something.
I'm a little surprised too. So I'm guessing this is going to be a lot like the Disney Man or Disney World we were looking at earlier. You're kind of going to have to know Japanese, or at least a little bit, to figure out the right buttons to push for north, south, east, west. Oh, this is in English. This is a translation.
That's already a better start. But we're back to one color at a time, fading everything in.
Yeah. There's a Zack here. Not a Zaku, a Zack. But yeah, as with Disney World we were looking at earlier, these are loading in like one color at a time. It's like watching MS Paint. Oh no, not a Zack. It's actually, I mean, it's pretty decent artwork. It's just that it definitely looks like something somebody did in MS Paint. But I mean, that's a good looking Zaku for something in MS Paint. So at least there's that. Hey Cosmic, welcome in again. We're looking at a text adventure for Gundam on the PC-88. It's very, as you can see, it's only drawing in like one picture at a time when it colors the screen. So it takes a while every time you go from one screen to another. I'm not hearing a lot of music either. Congratulations for complete of your mission. Now is the time, half past of this game. Want to continue to play? Press return. So you could load up this long play and use it to guide you through. I guess if you want the badge, it's a pretty easy one. But there you go. There's gun cannon, and gun tank. So this one was just want to check to see if this port of game files includes. So there's a PCM disc and a game disc. I'm gonna guess PCM is probably the PC sound. So possibly the person playing this on YouTube here didn't get the sound working properly, but it might actually have Gundam music in it, maybe. But it's another 2-disc game, so maybe worth checking out if you like Gundam. I'm gonna guess this is the non-translated thing that's supporting here, though. So you probably will need to know Japanese or maybe watch what they're doing here to figure out what things to type in at each part. So there you go, another text adventure. PC-88.
Get a hold of the developer and tell them to enable the patch version so we can understand what we're doing. Also, hi Cosmic, welcome in.
Yep. All right, next up we've got Megami Tensei Digital Devil Story. So this one, Foxy mentioned on his Megami Tensei theme stream, well, long ago. It's the Telenet version of Megami Tensei. So Megami Tensei was, first of all, a light novel series, and then they made it into an anime, which is very, pretty dark. Basic plot line is a kid develops a program for summoning demons, and then accidentally summons a whole bunch of them that start terrorizing the whole world. And then he decides to make things right and sets out to fight them. Atlas made a version on Nintendo that was really groundbreaking. Basically set up a system where you could you'd wander about and encounter demons, and you could convince them or bribe them into your party. And so you could sort of like build up a party with Nakama instead of because they're Akuma, but it would have the Ma from Nakama instead of the Ma from, well, anyway, that's a Japanese thing, but kind of a fun thing, sort of like Pokemon before Pokemon in a lot of ways. Pretty groundbreaking. This game is not that game. This game is a Gauntlet-like top-down sort of dungeon crawling adventure. It's a pretty decent game in its own right, but color scheme is a little bit headache-inducing. Music's great. Take it or leave it. I don't know. If you like Gauntlet, maybe give this one a shot. But maybe not in long sessions. Let's look at the achievements here. So find a bunch of different things, defeat some bosses, visit some shrines. Defeat some more bosses. Acquire your first Opopnakas. This item has calming properties. It is rumored to calm down an otherwise aggressive monster. find a map. Okay, I'm gonna load this one up because it's pretty cool. I haven't played a game since. This is true. We're about to change that. Alright, so
Go for it. I'm excited to see this. Because I'm aware of the NES version. I don't know about this one.
oh, I think this is another multi-disc game. One sec here. To the core.
Yeah, I think I've played this one like maybe once, forever ago. And I think I immediately got a headache. So I'm interested to see it though.
Yeah, this is by the, like I said, this is by Telenet, by the Wolf Team. So they're kind of famous for doing, they're kind of infamous later on for doing a lot of janky games. Where did that come up? Oh, because it's under Digital Devil Story. That's why. There we go. But they also have a lot of really good music in their games. So they're also the ones that did American Truck. Hey, welcome in, Frosty. Flashing lights. Hopefully nobody watching this has issues with flashing lights.
Epilepsy?
Epilepsy, yes. Let's go ahead and go to the next, start the game here.
Fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. Oh goodness, it's already 10:09 my time.
I wonder if I've loaded up the wrong version. Hold on. Yeah, I think we want V2 here. Probably 8 megahertz. Let's reset it with that. Will it load? I got this working earlier. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so it does need V2. And just make sure you do the achievements work. They're not currently working. That's okay. So you get kind of a... throw out kind of a sword arrow thing here to attack enemies. You have your health gauge in the lower right there. You go around and you pick up these pentagram looking things to power up. The color choice is not the most appealing, that's for sure. Wolfie says the only issue he has with flashing lights is when they're behind him when he's driving. How difficult is this game? I mean, it's a gauntlet style game. Pretty easy to pick up in terms of the mechanics, and they do offer quite a lot of health as you go. And you can, as you go further on and further on, the monsters get a bit quicker. But it's still like you can kind of set yourself up behind a wall their pathing AI isn't very good. So as far as Gauntlet type games go, I don't think it's too hard. You have yet to be able to get the PC-88 to work. If you want, we can maybe talk off stream sometime and do some troubleshooting. Because it's always cool to get more people able to play these.
Yeah, it's always just the limitation here is just how it looks. Like, it runs pretty decent, controls well. And just, you have those shadows that really don't help at all.
Yeah. The only downside really is the choice of color here. And I think the later levels they have different different artwork, different designs. So not all of them are quite as headache inducing as this one. So as long as you can get past this first section, it's maybe not so bad. I had a nightmare about fried eggs that was similar to this. I mean, these are kind of sort of like slime enemies. Kind of roguelike-ish at first glance, so it made me think it might be brutal. I don't think it's roguelike. I think it's not randomized as far as the dungeons go. But it's a fairly long game, I would say. You could probably beat it in one sitting, but it's probably like 3-4 hours-ish. And you can save your game. I think you can hit like F1 or F2 to do a game save. It'll ask you to swap in a user disk. So if you want to do that, you can do that, and then load up your game and keep going. Saving your game and loading your game on PC-88, though, that's kind of a challenge in itself. It's really just kind of figuring out which buttons to push and you know, teaching yourself when to load up the you know, swap things around in RetroArch here, or in the probably easier to use the standalone for this one as well, if you're going to be saving your game. The only thing rogue about this game was the graphics designer. Single session, something like this anyway, because PC-88 emulation is a bit more painful than most. Yep. Probably a good idea. And we got, this is Hell Sorrel. It looks like these things come back as you go through too. The little pentagram things. Oh, that's the name of the enemy. I see. The question though, does the health regenerate? It does. So you can just level grind if you want. Go back and forth between a few screens and just start farming little pentagram things. Oh, I think I'm getting this information now because we picked up the little computer. Will your vision regenerate after watching this? That's a good question. Yeah, it is a bit hard on the eyes. Anyway, that is Megami Tensei on PC-88. There's an MSX version of this one as well. I think the MSX version is a little bit easier to set up and get going, but I don't think there's not a set for that one as of yet. But I think that's the version that Foxy was playing. It's actually the MSX. They're basically the same game, but just kind of an interesting. It's interesting that there's a. Baron isn't that bad looking. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, Rio.
Anyway, I'm probably gonna play some of this one. I might go for the badge on this one, just because I want to get more Megami Tensei games under my belt. Because I did make my avatar the Jack Frost, even though there's probably no Jack Frost in this one, because there wasn't any in the light novels. There's also, if you're interested, there's an anime. There's two animes out there actually for Megami Tensei. Both of them follow the novels more than any of the later Atlas games. Like the later Atlas games have their own spin-off series, TV shows and such, Devil Survivor and Persona and all that. But there is two OVAs from the 80s that are kind of interesting. They're not safe for work. There's some topless scenes and such, and a lot of gore, but they're kind of interesting. You know, if you like Ninja Scroll, that kind of thing, maybe check them out. If you like Demon Hunter Yoko, kind of in a similar vein to some of those shows. Wolfie's gonna leave Cosmic in charge of the jokes. Anyway, so on to the next game. Let's go back to list here. Next up, we got a homebrew. We'll go ahead and skip over that one. Next one, we got Lock On. So this one's mature, but it's got really bad art. And I did badge this one because it's pretty easy. But it's basically just a roulette game where you actually you can kind of time where the ball is gonna fall on the roulette by hitting the space bar at the right time. And there's a particular one you can hit that is worth much more. So you have to go through 20 stages. Every time you complete a stage, you get, you know, a risque picture. There's one of them that's pretty bad. Most of them aren't so bad, but it's all really bad art. So it's like, it's whatever. But pretty easy badge if you're looking for an easy badge, if you like roulette. Wolfie has his wireless headset on, so you'll hear if Baron makes any more disparaging remarks about the Beatles. Oh. Well, I'll try not to sound as bad as Yoko Ono about them. Anyway, next up we got Puzzle Kana, which is a puzzle game. See, the set here is get through all the stages without losing lives. And then there's some bonus stages where you're shooting UFOs. So you can get an extra life on those ones. You can get 4 extra lives. There's a Chivo for that. So let's take a look at this one. It's not coming up. Let's see.
Game's so unpopular, no one chose to record it for YouTube.
All right.
That's pretty common with the PC-88, though.
It is. See if I have this one. I do. Okay. Export game files here.
Ooh, neat.
Just
All
right,
right, I'll stick
one.
around to watch this and see how this goes, and then I gotta bounce.
Alrighty. This one's not marked as mature, so it's probably okay. That is something to keep in mind with the PC-88 games. There's a lot of them that are... It's kind of a Wild West in development, so there's a lot of them that are not safe for work. Like the roulette game we were talking about a second ago. Go. Ba-bum. Oh, this is running very quickly. Is this just a like a Sokoban type game? Yeah, it looks like it's a pretty much like a Sokoban.
Oh, it's a slider.
Oh, I just messed up.
Perfect game for you, Manny.
What are you talking about? I hate these puzzles.
Mm-hmm. So is the one who was obsessed with what was that game called? Oh, Game Boy.
Which one?
You were obsessed with the game called Game Boy?
No, I meant to say it was on the Game Boy.
Ah.
Oh, Voxel.
Yeah, that's a Sokoban game. This is much more of a slider.
Oh, what's the same to me?
Just because it has boxes doesn't mean it's the same game.
It's got boxes. It's a boxing pushing
So,
game.
from what I've heard from the Shenmue is the same thing because that only has boxes
Oh,
too.
Wow. Okay, you went there. Ah, ouch. Straight for the heart.
There's much more of a
At least in
Yeah,
that
if
one, you
you-
get a freaking forklift.
and that makes it so much better.
It does. It really does.
Okay.
Are you able to push those
Oh.
arrows?
I see what I'm supposed to do. Okay, we gotta push this block over first. I'm gonna do this, and that, and that. There we go.
Doesn't seem like a bad game at all, actually.
Mikomi.
Simple puzzle.
Okay, so we can do that. Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted. Shoot. That's not what I wanted at all. I think I messed this up. Maybe because I'm running on at a B2 and 8 megahertz, it's a little hard to control. See if that's a little easier. I don't know if you have to restart when you do that. So that, and then we do that. Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. Do I have to, can I break that? No. Can we move those? Yes, you can. What if we do that one? That one. That one. I kind of like this game. Let's see. So I think if we...
I think I'm most confused by the studio itself. 49.89. I can't tell if they're being generic or what's going on there.
So in Japanese, a lot of times you can get the take the first sounds of a letter or a number and make a name out of it. She doesn't like coffee. It's too bitter, she says. Paoku. Okay, so clearly we want to get we want to hit the up button. Think. I don't know if we wanted to do that. Oh. Alright, well that was game over. Game over.
GG's.
So pretty fun little box sliding game or balloon sliding game, whatever those were. I guess they were popping, so they were probably balloons. But cute little game. Cute little game. Not as interesting as Magnet World as far as mechanics go, but at least it works. I couldn't get Sokoban to work, so here we go. Let's switch back over.
Alright, well, since that's done, I'm gonna bounce. You guys have a good night. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for popping by, man. Have a good one. Okay. So next up we got Space Harrier. I did get this one running, but I only got it running in the standalone. This is actually one of the better performing Space Harriers out there in terms of like running at a decent rate. The enemy fire does come at you a little bit too fast. But the set, I guess the game crashes in like the 10th or 11th level. So you really only have to get to the 10th or 11th level. Ab symbol, I guess. And there's an achievement for getting past Ida without continuing. And beating the first level without dying. So, congratulations, Manny. They made a set for this one.
Space Harrier.
So here we go. This one might be a little hard on the eyes too. Just forewarning. If you don't do
I think
well
Space
with
Harrier is always hard on the eyes. It just has that blur effect.
True enough. This one does have really good music, though. I'll give it that. So, this one has a better performance than the Master System. It doesn't look as good, but the performance is better. It plays a little better. But takes a bit of imagination to play this compared to if you play the game on the arcade. And you'll definitely want to set up your spacebar button. If you can set it up to use a controller and use turbo, definitely want turbo in this game. Yeah, and be ready whenever you get to a boss stage, because the bullets will come pretty much immediately. This one's even harder on the eyes. Anyway, if you want to see what it's supposed to look like in the arcade, I'm sure we can probably bring that up just for comparison's sake.
Welcome to the fantasy zone. Get ready.
So a bit less imagination required for this version. Just a little bit. Anyway, there you go. If you like shoot 'em ups, Space Harrier is pretty interesting shoot 'em up just in general for the series. There's already a couple people that have batched this one, funnily enough. But it's not the most terrible shooter I've played. I guess is what I'll say for this one. It may be some eye cancer though, so be prepared. Be prepared. Next we got Arkanoid.
Arkanoid.
Why don't you talk to this one? Because you played this one. You're much better Arkanoid than I am. You have much better experience to speak from of whether this is a good version or not.
So overall, immediately you're gonna want to set up your mouse to be your paddle, just in general. If you try and use a controller, you're just not gonna be able to win. At the same time, I do think it's a little better than the NES version, but that's mostly because you're able to use your mouse a lot better. It's not as jittery. I do say the ball gets insanely fast, like to the point where there's a reason that a lot of people are not going to badge this game, because the ball goes from like step 3 to 8 just instantly in speed.
I'm just booting this up to show it off a little bit. So definitely avoid the C's, because the C's are catch, which is like the worst power-up.
Also, in this version, the C's for some reason speed up your ball. Don't know why that's a thing, but they are there. But it's a decent achievement set. It has the normal Arkanoid where you just go through the 30 rounds and then beat the boss at in round 33. There's the 1cc achievement, of course. There's score stuff, and then there's a few like, hey, do this in round 1, like kill 20 enemies in round 1, or complete a round without picking up a power-up. So there's a decent amount in the set if you're an Arkanoid fan. I do think, in general, Arkanoid 1 is very hit and miss when it comes to the different versions, so...
I miss both of those.
I do recommend mouse, though. If you're able to get mouse working. There's an achievement I was trying to do, which I didn't get to finish, was beat stage 1 through 5 without losing a ball. Because stage 3, you have to get lucky to kind of get your ball through. And it usually stops it. Hey, you got an achievement.
I did. Demolition Man. I think that's game over. Yeah. So if you like Arkanoid, it's not a terrible version. I like this a little bit better than the Breakout we were playing 3 weeks ago for Atari 2600. I feel like this runs at a better speed. But it's probably not as good as Arkanoid 2. I think probably the arcade version is the best one I've played.
Oh, hands down.
Frosty says you screw up in games way too easily to play games without a saving net. Oh. I mean, you can play this one with save states if you don't mind playing in softcore. If you want to see the ending, just go from that. But and I mean, no shame in that if that's the way you want to play. But it's not a bad version overall. Arkanoid. Let's go back over to the other screen. Let's see, and that one was clear all the bricks in around. Okay. All right, next up we got Choplifter. Softcore gets you nowhere now. Yeah, it doesn't get you any hardcore points, that's for sure. Go ahead.
I don't know if you're a Choplifter enjoyer, but I don't think this game is that fun. I don't know about the PC-88 version, but most Choplifters are very frustrating.
So I played we had Choplifter for DOS when I was a kid. And it was okay. It was by no means my favorite game, but it was mildly entertaining. I have played this version, but I suspect it's probably pretty similar. Yeah. Let's see if I have this one. Let's see. Just the B1 mode. And let's look at the set here. Oops, not too far. Choplifter. There we go. So basically you just rescue all the hostages. And I guess in each sortie you get no, it's save all 64 in the first sortie. So you only have to do the first sortie to beat the game, as far as the set goes. It's interesting. Usually there's several missions though. Let's see here. Let's set this to B1. Restart. Hopefully this has the achievements. It does. I did play, we were playing the Sega Master System Air Rescue game. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. That one's really hard because it's got a ton of, oh wow, this is running fast. That one has a ton of inertia. So when you go to move, like when you stop moving, it keeps going, right? And it goes a lot more than you would expect for a Sega Master System game. Oh, that's interesting. So you have to keep up. Oh, this is running way fast.
You should also switch screens.
Oh, yes, I should. Sorry. There we go. Okay, how do I... Oh, I see. There we go. Oh, there's gonna be multiples?
Oh.
Alright, let's take these guys back to base.
Those seem to be running pretty fast.
Uh-oh. Enemy jet. No! Helicopter versus jet is not a great, Can I not get him? Oh gosh. Where are the guys I'm supposed to pick up anyway? Wow, there's a lot of enemies. Dang it. The end. So I think there must be a timer on when the enemies come out, and because it's running so fast, the enemies are coming out pretty much immediately. Like, wow. Alright, there you guys are. Come on. Get in. Let's try and get at least one Achievo. Wow, it's really, hard to hit. Dang. Those are tough. Okay. That's enough for Choplifter. Yeah, that's definitely running way faster than it should run, I think. And that was at 4 megahertz too, so you can't go any slower. That is one of the unfortunate things about a lot of these games. It's doable, but it's a lot tougher than it should be. Alright, next up we got Thunder Force on the PC-88. So this one's a shoot 'em up. PC-88 was kind of bad at shoot 'em ups. There's another one from Falcom called Star Trader that it's not bad for what it is, and being on the PC-88, it's like a pretty decent shoot 'em up. But in general, like the screen scrolling made it a problem. It's not very smooth at all. But apparently, I mean, somebody's badged this one, so there's that. I mean, we were watching that Space Harrier earlier that actually plays kind of smooth, but you just can't really make out what things are as much in that game. Take a look at this one. Let's transition back over. There we go. Yeah, so next up we got Thunder Force here. Pull this one up. I'll take a look at this one. We tried Revolter last week, and that one was that one had the enemy shots the same colors as your shots, so it was really hard to kind of avoid stuff. Oh boy, Okay, so this is not what I was expecting when I saw Shoot 'em Up. This is more like what am I thinking of? Like Herzog's Way kind of plays like this, where you're sort of like top down. There's a couple other games that have this kind of look to it. I think isn't there like a strike game like Desert Strike or something on Super Nintendo that kind of plays like this?
I think so. I don't remember if it's Desert Strike or something else. But I know. I'm actually gonna look at that. What? Because I played Desert Strike recently. You think I would know?
At least this one has music. It's sort of classic and you know, what'd you call this? This is like not unlicensed, that's the wrong word. Public domain. So some public domain classical. William Tell Overture, yeah. This is Thunder Force on PC-88.
It has its own charm. I think,
Yeah, the screen scrolling on this one's actually pretty good. I wish it wasn't like so monocolor, but
I think for a shoot 'em up for PC-88, it's not a bad experience just from what I'm looking at.
yeah. Assuming it doesn't run at, like we were watching some other things that were running at like double
40
speed.
billion speed.
So there you go, Thunder Force on the PC-88. And it's pretty much, it's not exactly deathless. So like you gotta clear scene 2 with 10 or more lives remaining, clear scene 10 with 2 or more lives remaining. So you do have to not die a whole ton, but it's not exactly deathless or 1cc. Beat the ending game score, so you got some score achievos. And destroy 50 enemies in a single score without dying, a single scene without dying. So I think that's kind of a deathless, you know, destroy 50 enemies. But basically just go at it for a while. And there's already somebody that's got the badge for this one too. That is not as bad as I was expecting it to be. Given that it's a shoot 'em up. Next up we got Tetras, which is a Tetris game. I popped this one a little bit. It does say theme mature on it, but I didn't actually encounter anything not safe for work. I think maybe if you beat the game, you get like a nudie shot or something. But I didn't get that far. So for the most part, playing through the game, it's not too bad. It is basically Tetris. There's a couple different modes. The main one is kind of a puzzle. So you're basically trying to clear out everything within however many blocks they give you. So it kind of plays out like, what was it? I think Tetris 2 is the one with a bunch of puzzles. You wondered why I was trying to badge so many Tetris games? Well, I played a lot of Tetris games, so I figured this one wouldn't be too bad. The puzzle mode's actually pretty difficult. I gave it a few shots the other night, but it's gonna take some doing to get through some of the puzzle mode stuff. There's an extra mode and a omake mode, which is kind of interesting because omake is just extra in Japanese. So there's 2 extra modes essentially, and one of them is based like a regular Tetris, and that's omake mode. extra mode is Tetris with 5 pentuples, I guess you'd say, instead of the so it's like you have singles, you have 5-piece ones, you have like the cross piece, you have the like the extra long L shape. So it gets pretty difficult to keep going with that one. But if you like Tetris games, if you've already finished the there's actually pretty decent Tetris, just regular Tetris on PC88. Kind of surprised it's not linked here. Excuse me, but this one's kind of interesting. All right, next up, we're finally out of the PC88 section. And there's some more, but we're finally to something else. We got Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End on PS2.
Not a bad game.
I've not played any of these ones, so no comments on from me on them. But as far as the Chivos go, let's see. Basically, kill all the enemies, free all the prisoners, complete all the sections. A lot of collection achievements. Ugh. Perform a 17-hit combo. Wolfie says it's also on Steam. Oh, that's good to know.
If you played a Disney game around this time, you've basically have played this. All of them were very similar to each other for about like 3 years. So they have their little like kind of pseudo beat 'em up going on along with the pseudo adventure style.
Yeah, it does look like essentially a 3D hack and slash, kind of.
Yeah.
3D beat 'em up hack and slash. Look this one up. Pirates of the Caribbean. So kind of skip ahead into the gameplay here.
Real good moment to struck. Give up, foolish. We don't torture.
Actually, kind of reminds me of Prince of Persia. Not the 3D game, but the 2D game.
I can see that.
They set him up, I knock him down. She's always the way.
Someone told me.
As with Yui
It's-
Bola making movie games, Disney did the reverse and cashed in on their movie franchises to make games.
Room above the
That's kind of fair. What were you saying, Manny?
seems a shame to be locked up like that.
As like a game proper, I don't think that it's a bad experience. I will say it gets very monotonous, like really quickly.
Cheers, me hearty.
But if you like Pirates of the Caribbean, it's not a bad experience at all.
Yeah, so kind of a sounds like it's kind of a middle of the road as far as the franchise games go. Which actually, considering, I feel like there was a lot of really bad ones around this time. So being middle of the road is not bad. At least by comparison, anyway.
How dare you think you can fight me?
I was hoping for a bit of a
least you get a lot of props to use in your fights and stuff. Anyway, that is Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. So, maybe worth a shot if you, like Manny said, if you like Pirates of the Caribbean, or if you're in the mood for just kind of a relatively simple 3D hack and slash. Let's see. Next up, we got Dig Dug. So now we're back into PC-88 games. Not much to say about this one. Dig Dug is Dig Dug. It's been on arcade and Atari and all over the place. You're kind of digging in an area. There's monsters. You hit them with a balloon and blow them up. Clear rounds 1 through 5 without dying. Clear rounds 1 through 2 with 1,400 points without dying. So I think this is kind of a pacifist, maybe. And then there's Deathless for the first 5 rounds. And then Score Chivos. It's a pretty simple set. The Atari 2600 set's not too bad either. So this is going to be all about how fast does it run? Does it run too fast?
Yeah, that's the scary part here because it looks like a decent set. Doesn't look that bad, but I don't know, man. If it's at max speed, I don't think it matters.
That looks pretty fast indeed.
Huh. Doesn't look unplayable though. I do like the pause that happens when you blow someone up.
Alrighty, so there you go. If you like Dig Dug, you give this one a shot. It does look like it's running pretty fast, but just more challenge, I guess. There you go. Next up we got Mappy. So we were talking about this one because Cosmic liked Mappy quite a lot on NES. I think this is basically the same game, but this one might also be running pretty quick. Some Chivos for clearing 3 stages at a time without dying. Some Score Chivos, get up to 100,000 points. And then Collection of Chivos, collect all the balloons in various stages. Wait too long, and something happens. I'm guessing that's kind of a something comes out to kill you if you take too long. Complete round 1 with 11,000 points or more. Starting at the ready screen, complete round 1 within 40 seconds. So there's a time attack on that first level. So bring this one up.
Doesn't look like a bad set. I am a fan of sets on RA where they're arcade ports and they actually have score achievements because that's the main point of most arcade games.
Yeah. All right, Wolfie, thanks for stopping by, man, and providing running commentary. Appreciate it.
Seems like a lesser version of Mappy. It's a little stuttery, and that's basically the only like stopping point.
So there you go. If you like Mappy, maybe give this one a shot. Looks like a pretty decent port as far as things go, and it doesn't look. I'm guessing this person is running on an emulator. It doesn't look like it's running super fast either. So, might be pretty decent. It's not like a Fruit Panic.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we were trying that last week, and Manny tried that too. It's pretty bad. Speaking of pretty bad, would you ever have imagined Nintendo giving Tingle his own game?
I mean, yeah. Still doesn't make me happy.
Apparently you're building a tower. So there's TiVos for raising the tower to different levels. Defeating different bosses. There's a normal ending and a good ending. Defeat an enemy without picking up more than 10 bombs. So kind of an accuracy achievement. Collect all rupees while escaping. Defeat a certain boss, starting the fight with no more than 10,000 rupees. Help the guard's wife. Help the guard and his wife. Complete maps and sell them. Get all the different soups too and ingredients to a chef. It's a lot of collection completion achievos. Hire a bunch of different characters. So I guess you're running kind of a tower here or something, seems like. And then collect different items. So let's take a look at this one. Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Yes.
I will be right back.
Alrighty. So this is listed as an adventure game. It looks pretty unique. Oh wow. Who developed this one? Wanpool. Banpool. Never heard of that one. I'm not sure what to say about this one. It's got a pretty unique art style to it. Tingles from Zelda? Yes. Tingles from the Legend of Zelda games. He's the really really creepy little dude that sometimes rewards you with mini games, extra rupees, things like that. He was in the I want to say he was in the Wind Waker games a lot, and like he was in the Link's the Four Swords Adventure on GameCube. I don't know which game he originated in, but he wasn't in. I don't think he was in the first 4 games that I remember. He might have been in. He might have been in Link's Awakening somewhere. But he's usually like an NPC that'll give you like mini games to do, special stuff. But he's always like super creepy, and I don't know why Nintendo has characters like this guy and Birdo that are just creepy like that in kids games. But they gave him his own game, I guess. So. That's kind of funny. So this looks kind of like a Zelda game as far as you're going to an area. The battles are definitely different. Yeah, I don't know. This game has a creepy vibe to it. Maybe give this one as like a joke on somebody's wheel. Maybe it makes a good request game for making people uncomfortable. I don't know. Next up, we got 1942 on the PS2 or on the PC-88. So we're back to PC-88 games. I did play a little bit of this one. It is just about like the NES version. It's a little bit hard on the ears. They didn't make use of the PC-88's more versatile sound chips. Unfortunately, it does look a bit better than the NES version, but it's still pretty rough. I think I probably prefer playing the NES version, but we can look this one up. Turn the sound down quite a bit. But yeah, if you played 1942 on the NES, it's pretty similar. It's again got the scrolling is pretty harsh. Unlike the NES version had better scrolling, that's for sure. But not a terrible game. Pretty tough as far as shoot 'em ups go, but there you go. 1942 on the PC-88. There are Chivos for clearing out all the stages. Complete the game without using the dodge roll move. So you do get like a dodge roll, kind of the flip thing that you get in 1942. Accumulate 10 lives, so that does require going deathless for quite a while. Clear shot with the 4-shot power-up active, and then score Chivos. So score up to 1,000,000 points, which also requires going 1 CC for a while, at the very least. Probably not sure how long it'll take to get 1,000,000 points in this game, but probably pretty far, at least like halfway through the game to get 1,000,000 points. but it is a pretty tough game. There's already some people that have gotten. Oh, I guess nobody's mastered it yet, but people are getting pretty close. Looks like the one that people are failing at is the complete the game in a single session without using the dodge roll. But they're getting the rest of them. All right, next up we got, there's a new subset for Pokemon Black version 2. This one is the Professor Oak Challenge. So, that's a pretty rough...
Which,
Go ahead.
yeah, it came out before the full Pokemon Black set. So Professor Oak came out first, which is funny.
That is kind of funny. For those who aren't familiar with Professor Oak challenges, it's basically collect every Pokemon as soon as you can and evolve it to all of its different states as soon as you can. So it's a bit grindy sometimes. It's actually my preferred way of playing Pokemon games anyway, so I don't mind these sets as much. But a lot of the regular sets tend to have like level specific achievements, so you do have to be a little bit careful. Though sometimes, at least with the silver set I was looking at, what really matters is the level of the Pokemon you bring into the boss fight. So you can still have high level creatures in your bank or whatever. So you might just want to, if you're trying to pursue both sets at the same time, you might want to just like set aside certain Pokemon that you don't level as high for those fights.
I will say for the record, if you are chasing after POCs, Generation 5, which Black 2 and White 2 happen to be a part of, are some of the longest grinds for these type of sets. If you aren't sure if you want to deal with the grinds, I recommend Ruby Sapphire over to get like your start in it.
I have no idea what POCs are, so I'll leave that to you.
Professor Oak Challenge.
Oh, okay. Oh, as far as I see what you mean. So Professor Oak challenges are probably easier to make like the sets for. Yeah. All right, next up we got Excite Bike on PC-88. So we're back to some PC-88 games here. I'm imagining this probably plays out like the Excite Bike on NES. So it's kind of a racing game, but kind of not. You have essentially 4 planes that you're moving back and forth on, or 4 lines on a single plane rather, and you're just kind of avoiding obstacles and trying to make sure you go fast enough to get over hills and things without going so fast that you jump too far and crash, kind of stuff. So it's really more of like a obstacle avoidance game, I guess, more than a race game. So there's a lot of race games like that. Anyway, if you played Excite Bike on NES, this is pretty similar. Basically, win each track in first place. So there's challenge courses and main courses. Win any challenge course in first place without overheating or crashing. Oh, that's right. There's overheating too. So you can't just keep the accelerator down the whole time. And Excite Bike is pretty rough as far as the game goes on NES. Let's look at the PC-88 version. Did you play a lot of this as a kid, Manny?
I've played a decent amount of Excite Bike. I think the hardest part is just learning how to play the game. Like when it comes to like, because as you said, you kind of have like an overheat section of your drive, and it's really hard to explain to somebody how that works. But once you get it, I do think it's a fun game. I do think Excite Bike's actually pretty underrated once you get past that point.
I almost want to say these games were made for like a lot of the kids that grew up watching like Evel Knievel.
Oh, definitely.
Not a terrible version. I'm still a little underwhelmed when I'm seeing games like this that have like you have a character that's got multiple colors here. You've got some other color use around here and there, but like the majority of the backgrounds and everything are like, you know, two tones. Especially, you know, some of the other games we've seen, maybe those were a little bit later on, and this was a little bit earlier on, but just seems like PC-88 was capable of more color-wise. There you go. Looks like it's not running super fast, so looks like it's pretty playable.
Doesn't look like a great port, but it's not bad looking. It does its job.
Yeah, if we were to compare this to like Excitebike, the original and NES. This one's from '85. Yeah, it's almost like playing a Game Boy game. A lot of these PC-88 games, in terms of the just in terms of the graphics and lack of color.
Yeah, it feels so much more live as a game. Just even having the other people around you, having the temp gauge have two colors.
Oh yeah, this one doesn't even show you other. Well, that might have been because of the selection you made there. There might be a selection where you do see other ones. Otherwise, it might just be time challenge as to what makes first. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. If you're good at Excitebike, you can give that one a shot. Here's Horror House. This one is a text adventure game. You're kind of wandering around a horror house. I wasn't able to get this to run. It's actually a tape game. So you look at the supported game files here. Most of the games we've been looking at are D88 files, which are discs. This one's a T88 for a tape, and you do absolutely have to run this one on the standalone. I couldn't get it to work. There's an explainer in the forum topic from Televangelist on how to get it to work. So if somebody can figure this one out and get it working, let me know what you did. I'd like to give this one a shot because it is a Falcom game, and I'm trying to get all the Falcom games patched eventually. But clearly, I see Cassette got this one. I think Cassette has maybe already gone to bed, but some people have been able to get it to work. But it's just kind of a text adventure game. We can look this one up. And there's an achievement here for find and restrain the culprit without ever running into any ghosts. That might be RNG. I don't know. Yeah, that's not great sounds. Nope. I guess I will say it is kind of a plus to see so many text adventure games that actually have graphics associated with them. Because in the same time frame, like here in the U.S. and in Europe, a lot of what was really popular were the games that were, and there were a few games that were like this, but there were also a lot of games that were pure text, like Zork, like Planetfall, Stationfall, all the Infocom games. Those are kind of cool in their own right. And you could sort of say they have the best graphics, which is, just imagination.
Definitely the best graphics.
Right? But it is, like I said, for the same time, being in relatively the same time frame and seeing other text adventure games in other countries that, actually had, like, graphics. It's kind of impressive in a sense. I'm kind of leaving the next person to use the bathroom in trouble.
That's the true horror of this house. We're out of toilet paper.
There's a button on the lighter. What? You push a button on the lighter and it starts an engine someplace else? Okay.
Remote start? Dang, you beat it by 20 years.
Anyway, this is kind of spoilers to be watching a playthrough of it. But there you go. If you want another free badge for this event, there's at least 3 games now we're looking at so far. There's the Gundam one, the Zenny, and this one that you could all just find online on YouTube and play them out that way, which I might do just because I would need help knowing what commands to enter anyway, what the parser's capable of, especially in all these games that are in Japanese and originally. It's kind of hard otherwise, but it is kind of cool to see these. It's especially being a Falcom game, this is definitely of historic interest. Play set, earn achievement, enjoy Falcom. Nice. Got a lot of masteries on this one already. All right, next we got Shanghai 2 on PC-88. Not a lot to say on this one. It's tile matching. It's I mean, if you played Mahjong Solitaire before, there's quite a few different versions of Mahjong floating around out and about. There's a Game Boy version. There's a PC Engine version. Here's another one. Basically, just you have a bunch of Mahjong tiles stacked on top of each other. You have to match them together in pairs to clear off the next layer, and there's a lot of memorization of which tile was where on any given thing that on any given level that's put together. You're just kind of memorizing which ones you have to take off in which order. So it can be a nice, fun, kind of relaxing game to play. If you've ever played like Mahjong Solitaire on Windows, I know I've done a lot of that. But there's not a lot of in-depth mechanics involved. So look this one up, maybe. And the achievements here are basically just finish out each campaign mode on normal difficulty. Ah, there we go. So I think there's probably some buttons over here to do like an undo or maybe a restart. Maybe not. I think this is just saying click a tile and then click a tile that matches. So maybe it'd be up here somewhere. Too much kanji for me, but this is the file menu. Anyway. But yeah, there you go. It's basically just, you know, max the tiles and max them in such a way. You do, in these games, you do have to, like to get this 3 here, you have to clear it off the directional symbol here. And this is east. I think that's east. So you have to clear off the east tile before you can use the 3 bamboo there. And you have to match it with something else. And likewise up here, before you can use the this tile, which I think is north. I think that's north. You'd have to clear off 4 tile here before you could use it. So you kind of have to clear off both kind of what do I want to say, like both up and down and, you know, inward both ways. And you have to make sure you're not leaving yourself in an unwinnable position. It's kind of the way this goes. So there you go. Shanghai. What else we got here? Next we got Wheel of Fortune on the Genesis. I think we watched no, actually I think he was playing the NES version. I was watching Necro play this one, I think after our review last week, but I think he was playing the NES version rather than this one. But Wheel of Fortune, if you're unfamiliar with it, was a game show where you'd have like a word, either a person's name or a phrase or a movie name or something along those lines that you'd have to guess the name of, and you'd spin a wheel every turn, and it'd give you a money amount. And if you could guess a letter, and however many letters showed up, you'd get that times the amount that you would spun to, and you could spin to specific prizes or to bankruptcy or to all kinds of stuff. So kind of a, I guess, kind of a word puzzle game at the end of the day. A lot of these games are very, what I want to say, they're kind of dated to the time that they came out. So like on the NES version, there's a lot of stuff from like the 80s, where you'd have to be kind of familiar with movies of that era or phrases that were common maybe in that era, celebrities of that era. So that makes some of these games even more difficult today to play, especially for somebody that's not older, who didn't live through those eras. Kind of an extra level challenge. Let's see, as far as the achievements on these, correctly answer the puzzles on different rounds against hard CPUs. Win the bonus round on hard mode. Pretty straightforward set. Fairly easy games overall, I would say. Even if you don't necessarily know the particular answers for certain eras right off the bat, like if you play a few rounds, you'll eventually, it is a very limited vocabulary, so you will sort of pick up the answers as you go. It's pretty easy to memorize the answers. Maybe less so on Genesis than on NES, so this might be a little bit more challenging. But this is also a little bit later, so you're more likely to maybe be familiar with some of the various things that are mentioned. So there you go. We'll throw this one up here. Wheel of Fortune. It's gameplay. Hey, you still here, Manny?
Yeah.
Do you know if Wheel of Fortune is still running?
I think so. Pretty sure. Because I think because Ryan Seacrest is the new host, right? For Wheel of Fortune.
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure, and if I remember correctly, it's also renewed at the same time Jeopardy is, and that was renewed, so I'm pretty sure it's around.
Gotcha. I kind of figured Jeopardy was still going because it's been going forever, but I haven't actually watched game shows since I was in like high school, so like 2000s.
I'm not a big game show person. Like when I was growing up, Deal or No Deal was hitting its stride, and like so if I went somewhere, that was always like the game show at the time. And like, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader was pretty popular when I was a kid. But I don't know, they're kind of boring to me. There was one that was really cool. I don't even remember what it was called. Maybe it was called like Lingo or something. But you were basically playing like bingo with words. It was really cool. But I don't think it's on anymore.
I remember when I was a little kid, Nickelodeon had a bunch of shows that they'd put kids on and compete. And I think like Family Feud is still going. That's a pretty common one. It's mostly just like guess words that are related. Guess what the rest of the country came up with that are related to the word. So it's almost like a popularity thing. I think that's still running. But there were a lot of ones when I was a kid that were like, if you lost, you get covered in slime or something. Hello there.
Hello.
It's a Wild Foxy.
Hello.
Thank you for the raid earlier, sir. Let me throw you another shout out.
Absolutely. I hope you've been having a good time.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, we played a few games.
You want a piece of me?
We're continuing through the list.
Dang it, I missed.
So you're talking about game shows here.
Yeah, we were talking about the Wheel of Fortune because the Genesis version came out last week with the set.
Oh man.
Wait a minute.
I thought about doing a game show night at some point, but someone would probably give me Double Dare on NES. And,
we got each other.
That's another one for my youth. That was on was that on Nick too? I think that was on Nick.
Yes. Yeah. No, that was one of my favorite game shows back then with Mark Summers. Yeah, they do trivia back and forth, and if you didn't know what it was, you'd go Dare, and they'd have a chance to get double points, and then they go Double Dare, and if they couldn't get it, then they'd have to do a physical challenge. It was always like, oh, you have 1 minute to get to this lemon on top of this kid's head, or something like some random thing you had to do. But gosh, game shows back then were so fun.
They were good times. And I think these actually make, because like Necro was playing the NES version, we were talking about that. These make really good like audience interaction games.
Wheel of Fortune does for sure. I mean, I remember a few times Cassie played Wheel of Fortune. It was just like the chat was all just going crazy with guessing questions. So same with Jeopardy.
Yeah, Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy, and also what was it? Quiz and Dragons was a lot of fun too.
Oh, I love that one so much. Yeah,
it's not exactly a game show, but same kind of thing. It's just like answering trivia.
Good. Yeah, it's a good trivia and it's good time. It doesn't give them a lot of time to look at it, but
Well, you can always pause the game, even though you're not supposed to. All right. Next up on the list here, we've got Scotland Yard Hunting Mr. X, which is a board game. Not what I
Scotland
expect.
Yard.
Let's see.
I don't know what to expect from it. I would think something like a educational kids show of some sort.
I guess you can play as either the detective or Mr. X. So you're either avoiding or trying to hunt him down. And welcome in, Bo. Good to see you. We got Foxy and Manny on the line here.
So hi, Manny. Hello, Bo.
What's up?
Hello.
It looks interesting. Is it actually based on a board game, like a proper board game, or is it just a board game game? Because I don't know anything about a board game titled Scotland Yard at all.
No idea.
Yeah,
Okay,
coming up blank
there's
as
a
well.
board game.
I think this is the board game review video. Apparently there's a Game Boy game.
Oh, I've seen this game before. I've never played it before, but I've seen it in stores and stuff.
Let's take a look at this. We'll we don't want to steal this person's content, but let's take a look at the game here. Interesting.
This could be fun.
Huh.
I already like how complicated it looks.
It's a little hard to tell what you're supposed to do without the commentary, but I guess you probably get to like roll a dice or something, tell you how many places to move, and you can use different travel cards, I guess.
Oh, so there's different lines of transportation on the map,
Hey,
and I'm guessing like the criminal, like whatever you're hunting in this case, like what you take is known, but your location isn't. Would be my guess.
It's kind of an evasion game.
Yeah, I have no idea how to play this game at all. I am fascinated, though. I would give it a try. The only problem is this was a DS game? I mean, no, I mean, like, I know we're looking at the board game, but I mean, the one that you're looking at the set for is a DS game? Yeah. That's going to be a little hard to play with people.
Here's the trailer for it. I didn't see any gameplay videos. Well, it's in German.
Ein Aufgründe, Weltverlust, Wertet Achbich. Führt die Detective an der Nasshelm.
Sofa says he doesn't remember how to play this one either.
Gosh, I can't say that. Allein oder Multiplayer. Werd Mr. X Dingfest gemacht?
Oh, this might have been one of those games that you could just have, and then you could go into the multiplayer, and if anybody had a DS, they could connect without the card.
Oh, I love that. Like they did that all the time back then. Like Puyo Pop had that, Mario Kart and such.
Because
it's probably one of those games too.
It says multi-card, so that would be my guess of what that means. But
that would be cool.
I wonder if it's a game that didn't come out over here. Maybe it was a Europe release only, or Europe and Japan, maybe.
Usually, then they have a translation. You can choose English.
Or it might have just been a Europe only. It's Scotland Yard. It's like there's some stuff that was just Europe, so.
Looks interesting. Can't say anything more than that. Next up, we got Champions: Return to Arms. I'm guessing this is Champions of Norath, a sequel.
I was gonna say I've played Champions of Norath, but I didn't know. I honestly didn't know there was a sequel.
Yeah, this game's good.
The first one was great, so if this one's good, I mean, I'm that's hype. That's great.
I think both are in the PS2 era, definitely like standouts. I think if you're grabbing like your top 20, this one or the one that came before it are ones you're gonna put in the top 20 just because they do what they do so well. I do recommend these.
Yeah, I played it at such a good time. Like I had acquired that, and I had ways to play the first Disgaea, which had just come out at the time. And it was like, okay, I'm surrounded by good games here. I'm fine.
They had a great time.
PS2 had a great library.
Yeah.
So it looks like basically beat the game with each class, and there's a bunch of level specific chivos to like finish out everything in a particular level. It's like you're killing at least 8 warlords in some endless horror challenge. Save at least 1 gnome during the gnome escort challenge. Oh, it's escort missions. Oh no. Kill at least 75 critters in 4 minutes during the death countdown challenge. Ooh, that's a Sark Chivo right there.
Oh no.
Save at least 1 gnome. Yeah. I'm glad that they're not. They don't give you achievement to save all the gnomes. That'd be soul crushing. Gotta loot a bunch of different things. Dang, this is a huge set.
There's a lot to that set. Oh boy.
Let's take a look at this game.
I know the first one has multiplayer. It's allowed, which is really fun to play. I don't know if this one does, but I also don't remember if multiplayer was even a big thing in it.
It's one of the hubs here is technical PlayStation 2 online broadband only.
Wow.
So maybe you could set up something like with Monster Hunter. If there's a private server still running somewhere. Might be worth looking into.
Maybe.
You can be a Khajiit.
Oh man, this is... I poured a decent amount of time into this game.
Bo asks if we have any skuma. Okay, so kind of Diablo-esque.
Oh yeah. It scratched my itch when I couldn't play Diablo 2 at the time.
This was a pretty common style in the PS2. The type of dungeon-like crawl. Like, I mean, you have X-Men Legends, you have Ultimate Alliance that took that style as well.
Bo's like, hello, Natasla. She's got plot. She's clearly got plot.
She's got a lot of plot armor.
Together we shall resurrect the Prince of Hate and rule the world.
They made that model do specific motions. That's funny.
Smiles upon those who share his strength.
She's very Barbie-like, though, unfortunately.
Yeah.
For your faithful service.
Tell me more.
Truly brave to forsake your matron and join our plight.
I've changed my mind. I won't join the evil side. I shall not disappoint you.
Excellent.
The correct decision was made.
Take this artifact to him at once. I will unlock the courtyard.
Bo's ready to white knight for her. Oh boy. Let's see, do we get some variety of dungeons? I hope so. Well, this looks a little different than the other one.
Still looks really fun to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start working on both these sets.
Yeah, I think there's definitely Champions of Nora came out on PS2. I think there was one other one that was like this, that was like sort of Diablo-esque. Can't remember what it was. Especially if we get multiplayer going, this would be a lot of fun. There's Champions of Nora.
Yep, that's the one I played.
I was just wondering if there's any more in the Oh, this one says it allows multiplayer.
Yeah, I remember when the set came out, I was like, it would be fun to get people to play, especially people that haven't played it, just to get them to try it, because I think it's a great game.
Oh yeah. When it was first talked about, I think I tried to talk to people, tell them. I mean, I of course I could have played it myself on stream or something to promote it, but too many other requests at the time, and I want to get to it at some point. Maybe I'll make it a reward if I I don't know, beat like 5 games or 10 games of my backlog or something. I don't know.
Hey, Rio.
Hello, Rio.
Yeah, I think this is the one I saw that might have been kind of Diablo-like too. The Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance games.
The Baldur's Gate games, yeah, some of them do.
Actually,
Well, it's the ones that were made by Snowblind Studios.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also did amazing things like Justice League Heroes.
Which apparently we don't have sets for them yet, but they're here.
At least they're there. At some point. Maybe
they
they'll
might
be
get
claimed
sets
someday.
Yeah, maybe. Alright, so that's pretty cool. What else we got here? The Haunted Mansion, PS2.
Oh no. This based off the movie? Yeah, based off the movie.
Is this another Disney? Oh, the set's been removed. Been revoked.
Really?
Is this Skichi that made? Yeah. They're dealing with it.
Bye.
We'll worry about that when it comes back. I got another survival horror. This one is Siren. So we talked we talked about the Siren series in general when Siren 2 came out. Just kind of going over it quickly again. It's kind of unique that it lets you it kind of gives you this telepathy where you can see through the eyes of like the various monsters that are on the map. So it's kind of like you can almost like it's almost like going through different security cameras that you get a view into. So you kind of have to plan out. You have to do this like a little bit of mental gymnastics to figure out like what is this enemy able to see, and then maybe what's their patrol path look like through their own eyes, and then you have to kind of plan out accordingly. And you get these like little sections that you go through with different characters. It's pretty unique. Have you guys played it?
I've played a little bit, but not enough to like say I've done much.
I've only seen people play these. They're kind of interesting. Complete all the missions. Get the ending. Find all the notes and archives.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's time attack modes for each little section.
Done. Nope. Sorry. Bye. Okay.
You gotta get your 3 hour time attack one done first, right?
No.
I say that fully intending to play some of those myself, so I'll
I was
look
gonna say,
forward
I
to
think-
those.
I think Chrono's working on that game. I think. I don't remember.
Oh, Siren?
Yeah, I remember him talking about it, but I don't know if he was or not.
Yeah, looks like he's about a little more than halfway done.
Oh yeah, there it is. Wow.
Was he on Siren 2? Because that one came out pretty recently as well.
I don't know.
I couldn't do that, by the way. I could not play the second one first. I would have like a seizure.
It
My
depends on the
OCD would.
It depends on the game sometimes. If I know the game's a prequel, then I'll play the prequel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Next up, we got.
know that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I know this game very well.
Yep.
Yeah. So we've seen a bunch of the Battle Network games get sets. Speaking of games getting sets in the wrong order, I think like 5 already had, like, both versions of 5 already had sets. A lot of the DS ones already had sets, so they're not exactly doing them in order, but I think they're different devs. So
Well, that and 5 Double Team DS on the DS was a repackaging of the 2 Game Boy Advance games.
oh,
But yeah, you could play both games in that. Plus, it added like a few extra modes and a few extra cards and stuff too. But I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're right. Go skipping from 5 and going back to 4. The thing, I don't know.
We're only missing 2 now. We're only missing 2 games in the entire series.
Oh, I was gonna say we're missing 2. I'm like, I remember
No.
No, 2.
This one is a little bit underrated in my opinion. I think it's pretty much considered the like black sheep to a lot of people that were into Battle Network. But it introduced basically how combat was going to work for the rest of the games, and it's much more combat focused than previous entries.
interesting.
My personal favorite was Blue and White, or number 3. But yeah, because once 4 came out, like you said, they changed the mechanics a little bit, and it became what it was for 4, 5, and 6. So good series. Definitely recommend getting into it. The first game is very exploitable.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do think the first one is exploitable. I also think the first one's kind of boring.
Yep.
It's got a good story, though. I will say that. I
love the characters. I think the story in general is good, and it's a better time than Network or the GameCube Battle Network.
Network transmission.
Oh yeah. That was like dictionary definition of baby game for babies. That was pretty simplistic 2D platformer Mega Man game.
Some people, that's their favorite Mega Man game, and you're just stabbing them in the heart.
Yeah. How dare you?
I mean, they're wrong, but you don't have to say it. All right.
Anyway, if you're familiar with the anyone out there watching, if you're familiar with the Mega Man Battle Network series, they all have kind of a similar battle system where it's pretty unique as far as RPGs go. You have kind of like this plane that you're on, and you can kind of avoid enemy hits as they come in. You have I think you have like a sort of a card game in a way. You have like chips that you can use within a particular window of time. You can pick out like, I think it might vary from game to game. I think in the first one it was like 3. You could use like 3 different chips, and they'd be like a cannon or a sword, or they do various things. Some of them would like capture some of the enemy territory. Some of the enemies could capture your territory. There's a lot of sort of fun little things that would go on, and I think as the games got further along, there's even more complicated stuff that you could do. There were like element attacks as well, and enemies would have different elemental weaknesses. So there's that element or that part of RPGs as well. And you'd have your own. You could always use your Buster, so you could at the very least hit for like 1 damage at a time. I think you might have been able to do it like a charge shot as well. Kind kind of forgetting if you could or not. But it was a pretty cool series of games that if you like turn-based RPGs and you like turn-based RPGs with like interesting mechanics, I would definitely highly recommend this series. I feel like Mega Man.
But funny enough, I did a combo showcase in that game, or like a weapon showcase for this old retro site I went to, and they wanted to see some end games moves and stuff, and I went against the optional boss, I should say, and used these like hockey. It's called air hawk, and if you use it a certain way, it like bounces a certain way, I guess. So you do strats and stuff, and I basically one shot it like this final boss that had all this huge amount of health, and it's fun to see how well you can not break, but just kind of how powerful you can really make yourself with the combos. They did a good job with the balance. At least with the first few games, they had a really good job with the balance. And this is where it kind of stopped being that way.
Yeah. Oh, and number 4.
Yeah, this is the one that started the okay, I can't have as much fun anymore with my weird combos.
Added like this one added the emotion window, which basically you kind of like change personalities, I guess, for different chips is the best way I could describe it off the top of my head. And then there's you could do like double souls was added in this one as well. Like there's some stuff that was added that like it made the combat wider, but it lessened the depth.
Yep. Sorry to talk so deep into Mega Man Battle Network. We're so passionate about the series, and we just want to get that
out. No problem. It's a really good one.
Series.
It's a good one. Yeah. Next up, we got Killzone on the PS2.
Finally, we got Killzone.
I am kind of surprised that they didn't have a set for this already, but Killzone was kind of one of the big. It's like you had Time Splitters. I think is that on PS1 or that might have been on PS2 as well. But there's not a ton of FPS games, FPS series on PS2. There's like the Call of Duty stuff. There's the Medal of Honor stuff. And you have like Killzone, Time Splitters. I'm gonna say there's like a handful of other ones, but Killzone was one of the better ones. I think as far as like sci-fi FPS games go. It kind of was in the shadow of the Xbox equivalent, which was the Gears of War series. It definitely did not get as much traction as that series did, but it has I want to say it has a pretty similar plot and premise, if I remember right.
Kind of.
I never got into Killzone at the time.
You're kind of right where it's like a similar plot, but it's more of just like a similar like tone, I guess, like brink of failure type things, and it's like a desperate gamble. But
Bo says it was an awkward time for FPS games.
It was very awkward, like because the controllers weren't great for it at first glance. And they were still trying to just figure out how are we doing this. Also, aiming was not always a prevalent thing in FPSs, which you think it would be, but no. So it's really weird to go back and play some of these.
There's a lot of auto aiming built into console. I mean, still to this day, there's a lot of auto aiming built into console versions of FPS games. Even like the Call of Duty games on PS5, but definitely more so than on your on a PC game.
I will say my hope is that with Killzone finally getting a set for PS2, is that we will get a Killzone Liberation set, because that's one of the best games on PSP, hands down, and it's really depressing we don't have it.
There we go. Just skip right into the action. So for the set for this one, it was pretty like you do need to get headshots with each type of weapon. and beat the game on the hardest difficulty. But other than that, pretty straightforward set. This looks more like a World War II game than I was expecting.
The I love the info blurbs that appeared in some of these PS2 games where it does a little drop down. It's like, hey guy, you know you can do this.
At least it doesn't pause the game like some tutorials do.
Mega Man X.
Oh yeah, with the whenever you open a Dr. Light Pod.
Or even just the later ones like X5 and later where it's just like, hey, did you know you could jump, and it like stops you.
Oh yeah, X5's pretty bad about that.
Yeah, it gets really bad in the later ones, but
okay, this is a little bit more interesting than the tutorial.
I've always liked Killzone. It's I don't want to say it's like a great game, but it's definitely like it's the middle ground between like the old FPS into like the newer one, and so it feels a little awkward, but it still has that charm.
I don't think I played any until the later ones. I played the one on PS4 that had the my brother got his whole thing set up for like motion controls and the you know, wearing the glasses to make it 3D. I think that was like Killzone 4 or 5.
It became a much more sci-fi focused series. Well, they had sci-fi elements. They're not sci-fi focused.
Yeah, this one you can't even really tell just from watching it that these are aliens that you're fighting, or at least I think they're aliens. In like the Killzone that I played, it was really clear that you were fighting like either infected humans or like aliens or something along those lines. Anyway, so that's Killzone. If you like FPS games, if you like console FPS games, give this one a shot. Like I said, the set's pretty straightforward here. Obtain 300 kills in a single session. Get 10 headshots with pistol, with... that might be a grenade launcher. Anyway, headshots with different weapons. And then complete the game on hard difficulties. Yeah. There you go.
All right, I had to put my cat to bed.
Welcome back.
Killzone, everyone. Hey.
Yeah. Next up we got Micro Machines on Game Boy Advance. I think this is basically just a top-down racer. Kart racing?
Micro Machine games are some of the most addicting games to play with friends. I don't know how the Game Boy Advance one is, though. I don't think I've ever played it. I love the NES game. I love the Genesis and the Super Nintendo and the PlayStation. But I don't think I've ever played this one.
So there's some unlocking Chivos and winning in home turf. I'm guessing that's basically just there's particular cars or whatever that have a particular track that go along with them.
Yeah. Good evening, Knocker.
Hey, Knocker, welcome in. Let's take a look at this one.
I'm surprised we got the GBA one before like the Genesis.
Wait, we don't even have the Genesis one yet? What?
I don't think so. Do we have the SNES one? I'm gonna check.
Thank you. That was very, very quick.
Hey, GG on Wacky Races.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
GG.
Thank you.
We have the SNES one, we have the Game Boy one, and the Master System, which I didn't know about the Game Boy and Master System, but
Thanks, Bo. It was a fun game. Highly recommend for the holiday event. It doesn't take long at all.
Yeah, I saw Wise badge that one really quickly too. Wacky Races.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, Wise is up there with Knocker and Navanos and skill level, but even so.
he needs
This
to
game-
stop passing me.
This game reminds me a lot of, I mean, of the other ones, of course.
Uh-huh.
I don't know, something about it, little floaty. Little too floaty at parts.
Yeah, it does look like it's just the physics are a little bit overblown. But you get a lot of power-ups, so there you go.
Too many games to have to beat in 2 months. Well, the thing is, if you badge the game, you get 2 points per, for the game. So you could just beat the game, and beating the games and for some of those games don't take that long.
Yeah, beating Home Alone, beating Wacky Races, beating even that Grinch game shouldn't take that long to beat, but the badge would be.
The beat, yeah, definitely.
And then you got Paper Mario and Parasite Eve. I would not recommend those if you're already crushed for time.
Well, guess who gave me a theme stream based around Parasite Eve?
Hey, so you have
wasn't
Parasite
me.
Eve, third birthday.
Which
You're gonna have fun.
I was thrilled because I didn't realize my alert was broke. Because Baron redeemed theme stream and gave me sports, and I was like, yes, here we go. And nope, I was like, but I mean, I knew at the time I couldn't. I thought, because I already accepted the other. Trogdor gave me Parasite Eve. Thank you, Trogdor.
Thank you. Great series. Love Parasite Eve.
There you
But I
go.
have to make a theme stream out of it. I don't know what I'm gonna do. What I might do just for the fun of it, I might just dress up as Santa, give my Holly Jolly voice, and play Parasite Eve as Santa Claus. It's a holiday game.
I mean, you are playing it as part of the event too, so it works. Don't take my idea seriously at all, please. That would be a horror all of its own.
It would be a complete horror. Yeah.
All right, next up on the list here, we got Ultimate Fighting Championship on the Dreamcast.
UFC. Wow.
I didn't realize the UFC and Dreamcast were coexisting in the same time period. I thought UFC was more recent than that.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, this was early.
The UFC didn't become popular for a while. It was
Who are you?
it was one of those things where it started and then it eventually it caught on. Similar to MMA, where MMA was around for 5, 6, 7 years before people are like, oh wait, we're interested.
Right. So it looks like you basically just have to beat Champion Road on hardest difficulty with each character. So pretty straightforward as far as like a wrestling or a fighting game goes. Let's take a look. Yeah, I feel like I didn't see any like advertisements and stuff for UFC until 2010s. It's I feel like when I first started seeing those.
Well, at least they leveled up the PSO. It sounded like.
They leveled up what?
Huh?
They leveled up what?
Oh, I thought I heard the sound before the do 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 do.
Oh,
PSO. Never mind.
let's go back to that. You're talking about the beginning of the video here?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, well, someone leveled up in PSO.
That does sound really similar. I mean, it's a Sega game.
It is. What?
It is a Sega
yeah.
game.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, I'm like, yeah, I know. Slight joke with it, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear the joke over the sound.
No problem. Oh wow, Eugene Jackson's in this one. I have no idea who any of these characters are.
Me neither. This might be up like Necro's alley, because he likes a lot of the wrestling stuff. I don't know if he also likes UFC, but
Oh my God, it's Bass Rutten. Let's get it on.
This might be based on the 98 season, then.
Oh my God. You hear the sound that the kick makes? The head goes flying.
Looks pretty decent, actually.
Oh my gosh. I forgot.
wow. Dang, a punch in the back of the head? That's nasty.
We get violent here at Baron stream.
Apparently. Frosty says, "Who are you? And I will give you a follow." Are you referring to somebody on stream here? Like, it's Manny and Foxy.
Hello.
I'll throw them some shout outs, because why not?
Yeah, disappearing blood. Yeah, no, there's the sponge underneath the mat.
Oh, yeah.
Absorbing it.
Knocker says he wants to do 2-player with someone when you get around to the Christmas stuff. Oh, for Snow
Yeah,
Bros. Yeah.
With
Oh,
Snow Bros,
Is that my fart clip? It is.
with Snow Bros, I had trouble with the net play on it. With MAME, it loaded. Like, it loaded my side, but his side, like, his character was invisible for him.
I'm just watching. Oh, he's gonna.
I don't know what was going on, but just a warning for if you're trying to get net play to work.
What's this guy doing?
Okay.
All right, there's only one way to finish this.
How's BM doing? What is that game?
Grand Theft Auto.
Oh. Is that like a hover bike?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
This guy was stalking me the whole stream, by the way. That's why I did that to him.
Nice. Meme's just bad, that's why. Oof.
Meme's just bad. I mean, he is bad, but you don't have to be that rude to him.
Rio says he owned the UFC game on Dreamcast and had a lot of fun with it. It does look like a pretty good fighting game as far as things go. I'm still super surprised that there was one that early. Like, again, just because I didn't. I mean, I guess UFC's been around for a while, as Manny said, but I just didn't see anything about UFC until like I said, like 2010. So it's surprising there's a game on Dreamcast, you know?
Yeah, if you mean for the Parasite Eve theme stream, I don't know when that's going to be. Sometime in the next couple weeks.
It'll be tomorrow, right?
Nope. Tomorrow.
What?
I started a brand new game tomorrow. I can't.
Oh, that's true.
Sometime before the end of January. It's got to be for the event. For the
Yep, it's got to be for the event. Yeah. All because I said, hey, I don't know about playing an RPG. If you guys want to see me play an RPG for the event, he's like, well, I do. So you can theme to streamed it.
There you go. That's one way to do it, I guess.
Yep.
Next up here, we got Thunder Fox on the arcade. It's a running gun.
Hey, it's me. It's all. This is my game.
Oh, right, Thunder Foxy. Thunder Foxy. We'll call this Thunder Foxy from now on.
Thunder Foxy, yeah. Except I don't know if I forgot if it's good or not.
Well, we'll have to see how it compares to Fire Foxy and Ice Foxy, right? Gotta get all the elements in there.
Yeah.
So you finish any stage with a picked up weapon. The damage list. Wow, damage list on each boss for an arcade game. And deathless. And then once you see the game. That could be pretty tough for an arcade game. Fox arcade gameplay. Look at this one.
Okay. I mean, it's Taito. Taito's great. They make some good stuff. Ooh, 1990X.
Knocker says Throg's goal in life is to see people play his bad RA requests. He knows from experience.
The anti-terrorism team, Thunder Fox.
Thunder Fox Hound. No.
I mean, I'm already digging the music.
Yeah, music's good.
I mean, despite the
Oh, that has terrible range. It's a flamethrower that only shoots like a couple inches in front of you. Oh, well, maybe if you hold it down.
Okay, guys, we're gonna train you in the military, but make sure if you're gonna die, you all have to say the same exact sound. All right, everybody, let's practice together, okay? In a line, everybody practice. 1, 2, 3. Good. All right, you guys are ready for battle.
Crawling and stabbing people, yeah.
Hey, that guy cheated.
Oh, that's good.
He went, ooh, that's against the rules.
What?
I don't know why, but it's just like the way he looks when he's driving is just kind of hilarious. and the fact that the gun is just like, slanted downward in front of him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because, I mean, that evil dirt might come up at you at any time. You got to make sure you shoot it.
Yeah.
No, dirt! Don't make me dirty!
It seems like a pretty decent, like, as far as not RPGs, but as far as like arcade games were in this era, pretty run of the mill here, but good music, good graphics.
If you're in a tank like that, why would you not aim to run over the opponent? Oh, go only stand on the side of it, or roll wide the side of it.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting that you're not taking damage from the tank going by you.
Yeah, that was really weird. Oh, this is the year 1990X, by the way.
Ah.
Oh, and it becomes a shmup.
Interesting. Okay.
Interesting.
I wonder if he has to deliver presents.
Exploding presents.
Exploding presents. For England!
Wait. You fight a chopper, but the chopper lands?
Get in the, I can't even do it. Blah, get in the chopper.
Here's your grave.
Oh, wow. Genghis Khan's come back from the dead to stab you.
Why does Mike enjoy this game? It's kind of like Kung Fu.
I spent 30 hours watching Ninja Turtles and practicing the ways of Donatello. Ah, Cowabunga.
Kind of curious if there's another shooting stage here. It doesn't look like it. Pound the enemy's mind. There you go.
It's so, we're watching the whole playthrough. We're so intrigued by it, just like making stupid commentary throughout the entire thing. Shoot the dirt! Shoot the dirt! Thunder Fox.
Yeah, it looks like a decent running gun for arcade there if you're into those kind of games. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the games where you just have like infinite number of enemies coming from your left and coming from your right. You really just gotta ignore the stuff coming from behind you for the most part. Just keep going, you know?
Yeah, Kung Fu has that issue.
Let's see. Next up, we got a bonus set for Mega Man 03.
Stab and run games. Yeah.
Guy does so much it can't put on a shirt. Yeah. A historical game, Bo says. Yeah. It did.
You've never stabbed a tank with a knife? Very historical.
There you go. Who's asking to do these MMZ games? Hitless? I don't know. Okay, so they want you to get maximum score on each of the areas here. On hard mode. Time attacks on each boss. Damageless.
Yeah, it looks a bit much.
Finish the game in one session on normal while obtaining an overall S rank average. Wow, it's the same. Why would you even bother to do this? Like, you got two achievements here that are both 100, but one is overall A rank or S rank or average, and then S rank. Like,
yeah.
Like, shouldn't that be like 150 or something? Or like 100 and... I don't know. Just do the S rank achievo, I say. Finish the game in less than 30 minutes in game time in one session. Finish the game without taking any damage in one session. Good luck with that. I guess, I don't know, it's a bonus set. So I could sort of see that, because you got the Mr. Perfect as the Mega Man 1 bonus set, but oof. There you go, for the hardcore Mega Man 0 players.
No, thank you. I mean, I love Mega Man, but I'm just not in the mood to do something like that.
I mean, if Mega Man was the only game I played, maybe.
Yeah, maybe then. Yeah.
Next up, we got Whopper Chase on the Amstrad CPC.
Is that like Burger Time, but Whopper Chase? Is the Burger King edition?
Apparently, collect 2 total pieces of the Burger King logo. So this is a franchise game.
Oh my god, it is a franchise game! Wow. Oh, yeah. Look at the box art right there.
Oh yeah, Burger King right there.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't even realize that.
Complete the game. There's a deathless on this one. Complete the game without dying.
All right.
2 pieces of the Burger King without moving out of the opening scene. All right, we'll take a look at this one. Amstrad CPC.
Foxy's getting a Mega Man bonus set at 500k.
Oh yeah, I already know that. I already know that.
no.
Yep. Knocker's already talked about that. Oh my gosh.
Do Mega Man 1. Do that bonus. Have fun.
Burger
Mr.
King.
Perfect. Oh, you play the burger? Interesting. Are you like spitting tomato seeds?
My way, your way. At Burger King now. Gosh. Can you move any faster? Burger King.
I'm just skipping forward.
Doo, 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 doo.
It looks like he's not moving from that like just first area.
It's a one-screen game?
At least this person's play. Really?
Wait, look at there's got to be more to it than the screen.
No, this is the one screen the whole time. I wonder,
What?
is there somebody else playing this game? It's doing different things. Oh no, you got more scenes. Just that guy
Yeah,
was like just farming points, I guess.
That guy was just terrible, that's all. Yeah, no, there's a lot more here. I would struggle to play this game. It would make me want to go get a Whopper. And ask for extra bouncy legs and eyeballs.
The death animation, huh?
Yeah, I love it.
Well, I guess if you want a quick badge, that looks like a pretty quick game. But
Whopper chase.
I guess you could add that if you have all the McDonald's games. Then now it's time to change it up a little bit. Bo says you have to kill the rebellious Whoppers. I guess so. Knocker's not touching Mega Man 1 subset. Looks like some real garbage. Only gonna be one you badged. Ah.
Oh yeah.
Well, Knocker, you did the was it Mega Man X6? Was the subset you did? Bonus set, I think.
Yes, it was.
Is that the one you're planning on giving Foxy?
I don't know. I
Hey,
haven't even
Yoshi.
badged X6 yet.
Won't force anyone to do that.
Hey Yoshi. Is it better than Burger Time? I like Burger Time a lot. I got really good at that game.
Yeah, it does not look as much fun as Burger Time. Just from looking at it. Who knows? Next up, we got Soul of the Samurai from Konami. So
This is a
PS1
very
game.
underrated game.
It does have some damageless Chivos. Use the Pigeon Sonic ability to defeat somebody. Equipped before initiating the fight. So I guess you have to use only a specific weapon.
Yeah, so in this game there's two characters and both of them have entirely different like playthroughs, and they get access to different weapons, which for the main guy, he gets special powers with his or a different moveset entirely, depending on the weapon, of course. It's a pretty interesting game. For a lack of a better like descriptor, like Res Evil tank controls in a feudal Japan setting.
That description does not make me want to play it, but usually you have pretty good opinions on things. So if you say it's underrated and worth checking out.
I don't think it's a great game. I do want to state there's a lot of problems with it, but I do think like it's a forgotten PS1 game where people just, you know, when they're naming like top 100, this never shows up because people just haven't played it.
Let's see, I want to walk through. There we go.
But both playthroughs have different bosses, so it's pretty interesting. And like the moveset differing allows, you know, it's also short, which is really nice because it doesn't like overstay its welcome. Once you learn the game, you're kind of able to get through it pretty quick.
We're just showing all the violent games tonight.
Oh yeah, that's all Baron's stream is about. It's violence.
I mean,
Hide the
sometimes it is
children.
the answer, right?
Violence is always the answer. That's what Baron taught me. I'm just restating
Fair.
what he said.
Baron's stream. Hide the nachos.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Usually I don't get any nachos because Nacho eats them all.
Wow. It's got that very 90s Mortal Kombat Annihilation music going on here.
Yeah. So it looks like you got like a lot of counters and stuff that you like with the way the combat system is.
Yeah. There's a really hard to get down parry for like it's a really hard window. But you can just dodge most stuff in this game. He's parrying real well though.
Monohoshi Zao. Huh. I'm guessing that's one of the weapons you have to collect. Knocker says he hates Burger Time, but he also doesn't like Mappy. You're making Cosmic sad with that.
I like this. I like the music.
Yeah, just kind of skipping ahead to see some of the rest of the game here. Looks like you fight
Gotcha.
some zombies. Yoshi
It's
loves
definitely
Mappy.
enjoyable.
Wow.
Huh. Uh-oh, slug monsters. Those are the worst kind of zombies.
Soul bugs.
I'll just skip ahead to the fight here, I guess.
This fox is hitting his limits, so I think I'm gonna go back into the chat for a bit and watch from the bed.
All right, man. Thanks for stopping in and offering
Yeah,
your
glad-
opinions on things.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Had a lot of laughs. Now I know Thunder Fox likes to shoot at dirt. It's all good. Have a good rest of the time here.
Gotcha.
Thank you, sir. Yoshi says he likes retro games that are co-op, like Clue Land or Balloon Fight. Clue Land. I think that one. I think I've heard Foxy talk about that one as not one of his favorites, but Balloon Fight's a good one. Balloon Fight's like Joust. It's got some of that kind of janky physics, but it's still kind of fun. Yeah. So anyway, here's Soul of the Samurai. Interesting game. Next up, we got a subset that came out for Persona 2 Innocent Sin. So if you're familiar with any of the Persona games, there's actually two Persona 2s, and I want to say this one's usually referred to as the 2.1, and then the other game is referred to as 2.2, because the other game follows the journalist that you meet in this one that can change a lot of the game's, how the game plays out by spreading rumors, if I remember right. And go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, I played a bit of Innocent Sin in Japanese, and I couldn't get very far because that was pretty early in my education in Japanese on the PlayStation. This is the PSP version, but this one is a DLC that came for the PlayStation Portable. So let's see here. Complete a bunch of it on hard difficulty. And then reaching high rank. It's a really short set just for this DLC section. I'm not... I guess you'd have to patch... It's basically a patch to the game to make it... to get the DLC. Is that how this works?
Yeah, for a lot of the PSP DLC, you have to find the patch with the game for it, or very rarely there's some that have this like thing where you load the actual like ISO, and then you open up the other like the game proper, and it'll be like downloading in quote the DLC, and it'll like do a thing where it's just connecting the DLC.
It's almost a little weird to deal with DLC for us retro gamers, because it's like that kind of came along. It really came along more with the always connected stuff. It's like with Xbox 360, PS3. To a lesser extent, I mean, like obviously here's a PSP game that's got DLC, but like this was pretty rare, wasn't it?
For PSP, it was pretty rare in the early cycle of it, but like you look at like the later Bleach game, it has a DLC. You look at like a few others. I'm sure if you go down the PSP itself, there's a bunch of DLC subsets. I know Bleach has one. Trying to remember, there's a few that have it, but it was rare for the PSP.
I wonder if there's any way to sort on that. I guess you could just look here.
I mean, Mega Man Powered Up technically had it.
That's a different subset.
Some games had like extras that you could download, like that technically could influence the game, but it wasn't necessarily DLC. It was just more of like a patch, so to say, back then.
Hmm. Oh yeah, here's Powered Up. Bonus set and 8 stages. That might be a DLC. That might be the DLC you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a DLC that gives you stuff to do in Powered Up, like the extra levels. I'm forgetting what the mode is called.
I'm surprised the second Persona 2 didn't get a it's not listed here anyway if it is. Let's see, I want to bring up the Persona games. Eternal Punishment. Oh no, it does have a PSP set. Yeah, it's not on there. Oh, maybe because it's under Persona rather than Shin Megami Persona? Maybe? Oh yeah, interesting.
But I know like Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker had DLC. Monster Hunter Portable Third had DLC. MotorStorm Arctic had I think it was just a car though. Trying to remember, it wasn't that many. Like if we look at the total library, maybe 10%. So it's not too bad. Oh, all the tag forces for Yu-Gi-Oh have a DLC.
That's good to know. Yeah, so I guess the message there at the end of the day is like if you want to play those ones with the DLC, you're gonna have to do patching like you would with subsets. Good to know. Next up, we got the regular set. We were talking about the Oak Challenge set for Pokemon Black version 2 earlier. We got a regular set as well.
This is a beast of a set for Pokemon. This, if you're getting into Pokemon for the first time, I do not recommend the set. It especially if you intend on mastering it, you are gonna be there for a long, long time.
Yeah, I see there's a lot of level limited achievements with a team of only 3 Pokemon and no item usage. So
Yeah, it. One of the things that makes it super difficult, like ignoring the like level limit stuff, because a decent amount of the Pokemon sets have it, but the amount of post game content that's in Generation 5 specifically, and having to do like all these challenges is brutal. It's a very brutal endeavor if you don't know what you're doing. If you do, then it's not too bad. You can figure it out, but it's still a long grind because remember, it's a Pokemon set on RA. You have to catch all the Pokemon, and then you have to go do like all the challenges as well. So you have a long grind of just looking for Heracross, for instance, or no, Pinsir. Sorry, this is Black too. But when it's a long grind. It's probably the longest normal set on RA right now.
there is a lot here. A lot of tournaments to win. There's a lot of specific Pokemon that they want you to catch. Usually they do that. They just do like the catch all of them, and the only ones that are like the extra catch are like the if there's like legendary in the game or something, which maybe that's what these are.
It depends which.
We got like Heatran, Cresselia.
Yeah, those are all legendaries.
Ah, okay. That would explain it.
There's a huge amount of legendaries. By the time you get to Generation 4, like there's a lot more legendaries that are introduced and available. Like, you know, the first game, there's 5 in total, 4 that are accessible. Generation 2 adds 5, 6 more, right? Something like that. And then Generation 3 adds like 9, and then we're gonna add 14 in Generation 4, and now Generation 5 there's like 14 more, and all of them are available. So yeah, this is a very long grind.
Yeah, it looks like there's in-game achievements too, like obtain the medal for having hatched 100 Pokemon eggs, for visiting all the hidden grottos. So basically get all the in-game achievements as well, which I mean makes sense. Makes sense.
Night, Bo.
Have a good one, Bo. Would I consider zooming into the achievements? Oh, that is really small on my screen. Yeah, we could do that. I didn't quite realize. Hopefully that's a little bit bigger. Yeah, so a lot of achievements on here.
Yeah, because Generation 5, for at least Black 2 and White 2 added this thing where you, it's like a pseudo mission thing that's going on, but it can give you like powers if you do all of them. And it's like, you can increase your capture rate. You can increase your experience yield. You can blank. There's a bunch of random stuff like that, but it's a huge grind. I think this is one of those games that people are like, oh yeah, I 100%ed all the Pokemon games, and they usually just mean they caught them all, because to 100% this game is so long. It's so long.
I'm kind of surprised that you have these like achievements that are defeat all the trainers, obtain all the overworld items, and complete the habitat list. Because like, I mean, I don't even know what a habitat list is, but defeating all the trainers in Pokemon games, like usually you, as you go, you kind of want to keep some unfought, so you can come back with other Pokemon you want to train later. So it's pretty easy to lose track of which ones you fought and which ones you haven't. Obviously in Silver, I think they introduced the concept of like rematches and such. But you had pretty limited, at least early on, you had really limited sources of EXP. So maybe that's different in this one. So it's maybe not as much of an issue that you'd want to keep trainers around. But
yeah, Yeah, so in Generation 5, they introduced this thing called Audino grinding. So basically, you would run around in front of like tall grass, and then it would start to shake, right? And it would be like, hey, there's something here. And most of the time, it's Audino who gives you the most amount of experience possible. Like, Audino is just an experience pot. That's all it'll ever be. But there's also like a chance for rare Pokemon in there. And so like this is also the generation that changed the level curves a lot. So in older Pokemon games in Generation 4 and below, so Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum and before, you could just grab experience and your experience total was based on the Pokemon you were using. Here, the experience actually changes if you're higher than your opponent. If you're too high, it gives you a reduced experience yield because it's not a challenge, or if you're lower it gives you more. And so it's much more like towards being a balanced game in that regard.
Yoshi says, I bet you need a lovely spreadsheet. Oh yeah. If you're 100% in a game like this, you kind of want multiple well, you can play it without those things and it's probably more fun to do so, but the when we're achievement hunting, a lot of times it's like, oh yeah, so you have this guide and that guide and maybe a spreadsheet of our own that we're building to mark off things as we go. 100% things can be pretty stress inducing for sure, for RPGs especially.
For Pokemon Gold, which is the Game Boy Color version for Ho, there's an achievement on RA for 100%ing every single possible trainer. Some of those trainers are missable. They disappear. So there's a wonderful spreadsheet in the achievements of that game that you can quickly use. Recommend if you do intend on doing gold, just pick it up. Make your life easier.
Good to know. Yeah, a lot of the that's one of the nice things about the retro achievement community is that we're kind of all out. I mean, not all of us, but we're kind of all out to help each other achieve and badge games and things like that. And we tend to be pretty supportive of each other. And if we figure out how to do something, oftentimes people will make videos or little guides of how to do this achievement or how to do that achievement. So that is one nice thing. And I try to add tips and tricks and things when I get achievements as well and contribute to that. And I encourage all of the people watching to do so as well. Just be part of the community. But it is nice when that happens. Next up, we got Tales of Innocence, another very large RPG. This one's got even more achievements than the last one, and Pokemon.
This game is great.
Go ahead.
I love Tales. Tales is one of those series that I think there's maybe been like one entry that's like a miss, you could say. But Tales of Innocence is a really fun experience, especially for the DS, where it stuck to more traditional turn-based RPGs, because this is much more action-oriented. If you haven't played Tales in general, this is not a bad spot to start. It's really good.
Yeah, one of the nice things about the Tales games in general, even though, and I would still prefer to play them in order, and play, release order as far as things go, just to kind of be completionist. But most of the games, like there's a couple that go together in like sort of the same world and same time and so on. But most of them are pretty separate, kind of like a lot of the Final Fantasy games, where you don't really need to have played the previous game to jump into the story because they're not related. So that is one of the nice things about the Tales games. But there are, I would say there's a whole system in here of different story scenes that you unlock that you have to be. I don't want to. It's not exactly RNG, but there's a lot that are. You almost have to know about them beforehand if you're trying to get them all. So this is another one that's a real pain to 100%, because you typically want to get like all those what they call, I think, skits.
Yeah.
But they're basically just like little story scenes of even just like a little conversation that may be 2 or 3 sentences, but you have to be at the right place at the right time, hit the button within the time frame to witness them. So it can be quite annoying to get all of them.
On a note of the skits specifically, for the PlayStation Vita, there was I guess a remake would be how you call it, of this game. I think it's Tales of Innocent R. And they fix a lot of the issues of like you missing skits because they are much more highlighted and much easier to find. Just if you have any interest in the series and you think the skits being the thing they are will stop you, PlayStation Vita has a game that doesn't fix it all, but it helps.
And it's a lot easier to manage with the earlier games too, because there aren't quite as many skits. Like for Tales of Phantasia, I feel like that one would be a lot easier to 100% than what was the one we were watching Foxy play? Was Tales? I think was it Tales of Destiny? No, it was the one on GameCube.
Tales of Symphonia.
Symphonia, yeah, Symphonia. That one was that one required him to play it through like 3 different times, and I think it only really required 2, but I think he ended up doing 3 because he missed some of the skits. So it was rough. Good game, but hard to 100%. There are a lot of achievements in here that are like damageless or don't use items. Yeah, this is a pretty in-depth set as far as just a lot of different things going on here. Can't use Seal, can't use Paralyze, can't be KO'd, and you can't use HP or TP healing items. Dang.
That's because there's a lot of like general combat stuff you can do. Like there's the awakened parts of characters. There's the what is it? I forget what it's called in this game, but basically you knock them up into like a like state where other characters can jump them in the air and continue attacking. It's called something specific.
Juggling?
No, it like in the game it's called something very specific. But yeah, you basically juggle them for a bit. There's the arts, of course, which is pretty prominent in Tales. You're able to switch in this game, I'm pretty sure, like almost instantly. There's no like downtime or anything, so it's really cool. You have the tension gauge, which you can then go into Awakened, which I mentioned earlier, and you basically just do more damage. I think it's like a 1.5 times multiplier in this game. I think this is definitely like one of those games that gets glossed over a bit because it's stuck on DS and PlayStation Vita, which didn't sell well. But like, I do think this is worthy of a look.
Yeah, definitely if you like Tales games, check this one out. They're definitely on my list of things to eventually check out. Eventually. Can we get to a combat scene? As RPGs, there's lots of talking, so you know, not super surprising.
There's so much talking.
Is there any combat? I know there's combat in these games. Somewhere. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So the other series that's really similar to this is the Star Ocean series. They started to diverge from about the, I want to say like the 4th Star Ocean on, and probably like the 3rd or 4th Tales game. Like they have a lot of similarity. They still have a lot of similarities, but they some of the other underlying mechanics changed up here and there, became more differentiated, I guess, at that point. But both of them have like a lot of. There's also a lot of what you call them, like little hobby things you can do on the side that improve your characters in various ways. I think in both Star Ocean and in the Tales games, you have like cooking and I guess it's like herb gathering, stuff like that you can do to create items and almost like alchemy type stuff. So there's a lot of sort of those side elements to the game as well. Yeah. Pretty interesting series. Would highly recommend if you like RPGs, if you like action RPGs. If you played any other Tales games, give this one a shot. If you played Star Ocean, give this one a shot. All right. And next we got Bejeweled. Oh, and I should mention there's a subset for Tales of Innocence here. Library completion. Oh. Collect all the rare drops.
Have fun. Good luck.
Yeah.
See you next decade.
Oh, and get all this. Okay, so this one's skits too. Rare drops and skits. Looks like. And max levels. Well, maybe not all the skits. Looks like there's some just very specific ones here. Hundred 120% awakening. Okay. I'm just sort of an aside. I've been going through the rare drop set in Dragon Quest, and there are days when it's a lot of fun, and days when it's fine, and there are days when it is awful. And today I was searching for 2 rare drops, which will give me 6 points on retro achievements. Total of 6 points, 3 points each for each drop, and I was playing it all on and off pretty much all day today, and I still haven't dropped. So some days you beat a game, get like 700 points within the course of like a couple hours. Other days you don't get drops for about 7 hours of gameplay off and on, and not even 6 points for the day. It's one of those days. So yeah, rare drops can be fun, and rare drops can be really, really painful. Anyway, so Bejeweled 2, if you played Bejeweled, it's a gem matching game, kind of like Yoshi's Cookie or Panel de Pawn. Some of those ones, you're like moving around any 2 gems, swapping them in the spot, trying to get at least 3 in a row of a certain color and shape. And then you get more points for getting 4s and 5s. And as you clear them, if they form other matches, you can do like combos and things to get more points. This was a really popular game on PopCap. This was one of those online kind of browser games that a lot of people would play. I don't really want to like. I don't mean this as like any kind of dig at people, but it's definitely more like a casual game kind of game as opposed to like a FPS game or something like that. But if you're going for the retro achievement, it's definitely not casual. Reach a level 15 in Classic. Reach level 6 in Action. Score Chivo. And then beat a bunch of puzzle modes. Get really high up in Endless mode, Twilight mode. A lot of different modes here. So yeah, if you're good at the gem matching games, give this one a shot. Can take a look at it real quick. Duel 2 PSP. Frosty says rare drops are especially painful when they are in the main set. Yeah, but usually the ones that they put in main sets aren't that bad. Usually. Anyway. You were playing, Manny, you were playing one of the Bejeweled sets a while back, right?
Yeah. Bejeweled is, like, as you said, it's kind of just a casual experience. I didn't get this one to work. I couldn't find anything to make this work, so I don't know if I just missed it, but usually Bejeweled is kind of like you're trying to do, what is it, Puyo Puyo? If you played Puyo Puyo, you're trying to basically do the same ideology as that, where you're trying to do a lot of combos to get your score up, because combos are important. But I'm not that good, so we'll never be able to do that. But yeah, if anybody's able to get this, like, find one that works on the PSP emulator, let me know, because mine just crashed. So
there you go, Bejeweled. I could take a look after stream and see if I can find anything for you. Well, you know the sites I use. It's probably the same sites, but still.
It loaded, but it just, like, it wouldn't, like, it said like the achievements were loaded, so it's the right game, but it straight up, like, the emulation itself, if I could speak, thank you, would flatline and just, like, crash completely.
I see. Huh. Frosty says you don't want to even know what a bad drop would be then. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's games like, okay, with Dragon Quest 3 on Game Boy Color and Dragon Quest 4, they use the same drop system where only the last thing you kill in a battle has a chance to drop anything. So you don't get improved drop rates by killing big hordes of stuff. So, like, if you fight 5 of a slime, say, and you're going after the slime drop, it's not any, you don't have any better chance of, whatever drop's gonna come out, than you would fighting one slime. So that's kind of annoying. That's kind of a pain. It's also kind of a pain because you have stuff run away once you get higher level, and you're going to get higher level by farming rare drops, because you're just going to kill stuff over and over and over and over again. And so it makes it likely that enemies that you're trying to fight to get a rare drop run away. So there's lots of reasons why Dragon Quest specifically can be a pain to get, versus other games where, like in the Final Fantasy games in general, like you play Final Fantasy 9 or something, it doesn't matter what order you kill things. Things generally don't run away. There's some things that do, but generally things don't run away. And you don't have, you can get multiple items at the end of a battle. So, depending on the game, sometimes drops are easier to get or harder to get, more annoying or less annoying. Had that problem with Brave Fencer Musashi. Loaded Shivas, but no game. You just know you're having trouble with the FF4 set. Yeah, I haven't played the I haven't tried the FF4 set as far as rare drops go. I don't know if you can get multiple drops in Final Fantasy 4. I know you can in 7 and 9. 7, 8, 9 you can get multiple drops per battle. I don't think at the very least I don't think it matters which order you kill things in 4 to potentially get drops. But you also don't typically get huge hordes of enemies in 4. I think you get like maybe 6 at most, something like that. But yeah, I think there's the problem you might run into in the Final Fantasy series is you might have a larger set of things that could you could randomly encounter in any given area, and that would make it harder to even find the thing that you're trying to get. And then it's probably harder to run from a lot of battles in Final Fantasy, I think. Especially in 4. That would make it a pain. So yeah, I guess you run into different things with each game that make it harder or easy. Anyway, next up here we got Terracon, which is on an action adventure game on PlayStation. Time Attacks, EA. Collection Chivos. Stun at Hare. Find All Secrets. More kind of time attack stuff. Time tag. A lot of time tag in this one. And then high accuracy Chivos. Not seeing a lot of damageless type stuff. Oh no, here you go, right there. Complete the level damageless.
I have no idea about this game. I like, it's something I've seen before, like at one point, and like I have a trivia piece of this, the same, or it's mostly the same people that made Die Hard trilogy made this, and that's all I got.
I mean, Die Hard trilogy wasn't that bad a game. Wasn't a great game, but wasn't like bad. Got some aliens. I dig the music, at least.
Yeah, it actually looks pretty sick for the PS1.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad.
It's actually really well done. Usually there's a lot of like fog for this. Great example is like Spyro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm impressed. Seems like I'm mostly impressed by just how they managed to make this like full area. I mean, there's some popping, but
Actually, kind of reminds me of we were looking at Tiny Tank several months ago. I mean, obviously not when you're a tank, but looks like it might control kind of similarly. Oh, that's weird. So you have kind of a first-person view to aim?
with like a lock on. Is that what that is? I did notice something very cool about this game. There's an arrow on the top of your screen telling you where to go. You'd think it would have been like super common at this point, but no. Is that like kind of weird?
Get a little bit of map there.
That's cool.
Generate a landing beacon.
Oh, it has like fog of war on the map.
Yeah, this
If you
one's
haven't
kind of
been
neat.
there.
And it tells you what
Oh.
secrets you missed, or it tells you that you missed secrets anyway. There you go.
That's neat. I don't know if it's a good game, but it's definitely a very neat one.
Definitely. Yeah, looks neat. That's a big set. 116. So, very long game. Alright, next up we got Monster Max on the Game Boy. This is an action adventure puzzle game. Actually looks kind of like that Amstrad game we were playing last time from Ocean, but just maybe because of the style of graphics there. Playpen tutorial. Without taking damage, collect 1 heart, 1 gold bullion, and 1 star. Complete level 1 mission 1. Let's take a look at this one. Monster Max Game Boy. Probably go for GD.
Tile based, okay.
Yeah, this immediately reminds me of that other game we were playing. Was it Head Over Heels? Head Over Heels? With the 2 dogs?
What? Oh, yeah.
Dang.
Huh.
Yeah, this is a lot like that game.
Very smooth.
Yeah. I mean, graphics are pretty impressive for Game Boy.
Took the shoes? Aw. How disappointing. It's interesting, but definitely it's always easy to tell when a Game Boy game came out. That's funny.
And this one's from 94.
Yeah. It's like a really late one. It had to be.
Yeah, a lot of achievements for collecting certain items, beating certain areas with not taking damage and collecting everything. That's interesting. Without using passwords, or if using passwords, completing 2 missions on level 5 before buying the lift pass. Huh. That's weird. That's a weird, super specific Chivo. Do it without using passwords. Or if using passwords, do this other thing. That's, I mean, I guess that's the progress Chivo, but still. Okay. It's interesting. It's another, like, puzzle game. Alright. And we got Prince of Persia Warrior Within. Wait, didn't I get a set?
Nope. So...
Oh, Sands of Time was the one that got a set.
Yeah. Sands of Time got a set. Sands of Time Warriors Within and Two Thrones came out around the same time in the span of like 2 years. I think all 3 are pretty good games. I think they're fun. And if you like the action adventure stylings of like a camera limited Assassin's Creed, you'll like Prince of Persia, or at least this iteration of it. This one's much more combat focused than Sands of Time was. Sands of Time was much more platform intensive. This one's much more hack and slash.
Gotcha. Yeah, I remember watching somebody was playing, I guess it was Sands of Time, and there were a lot of levels that were basically, 90% platforming, swinging on poles back and forth and such. And there was some combat, but it definitely was not the focus of the game. Assassin's Creed was supposed to be a Prince of Persia game? Ah. I will say, I got Assassin's Creed 1 on PS3. Was it PS3? Yeah, I think it was on PS3. I was pretty underwhelmed by it. It felt like a game that played itself. But I feel like Prince of Persia gives you more control, or at least Sands of Time does, or did.
I know you're out there. Show yourself. Where I come from, we face our opponents.
This definitely has some of that 90s edgy, dark, and gritty kind of atmosphere to it, with the music and whatnot. Hey, Smexy, welcome in. First AC didn't have much of a story, just kill missions. We are looking at the PS2, the second PS2 Prince of Persia game. We are getting towards the end of the list of new sets on Retro Achievements. It's been for another 4.5 or almost 5 hours now. We kind of went long last time and didn't get through all the games, so I'm hoping to catch up at least tonight and get all the games. And we'll do at least the first page of community highlights. Oh yeah, the PS2 was impressive. Very impressive library. Pretty big improvement over PS1 for sure. Actually pretty huge improvement from early PS2 games to late PS2 games too. As people got more and more familiar with the hardware and what it could do.
Well, that was about middle of its life cycle as Prince of Persia. Because, like, I know a lot of people like to say, like, the PS2 ended when the PS3 came out, but the PS2 went, like, 2-3 years after, like, for a solid bit. Because the PS3 was a monster to try and develop for.
Yeah, and a lot of the early PS3 games were pretty bad. Like, it's just for the reasons that you're saying, is like because it was hard to program for, and a lot of games would come out, like especially the sports games, they'd come out on both systems, right? And sometimes the PS2 version looked better, which is kind of crazy, but it was the time.
Yeah, if you were to pick up like not cross-platform, if you were to pick up a game that, you know, came out on Xbox 360, PS2, PS3, the last one you were getting was the PS3. Because it was always like frame rate issues. It looked bad. It didn't work correctly. You would usually pick up the Xbox 360 if you had one, and if not, you chose the PS2.
Yeah, so going back to talking about Prince of Persia there were a couple of damageless achievos in there, but pretty straightforward set. I didn't see any like time attacks. Basically, beat the bosses, damageless. Oh, on hard though. Okay, well that's potentially difficult, but yeah, beat them on hard and then beat them on hard without taking damage, and get the good ending and the bad ending. And then collect all the upgrades. And unlock everything. So kind of what you'd expect. Next up here we got Santa Claus Saves the Earth. This is a game. I think I played some of the. I think I played some of the Game Boy Advance set way back when we were doing. Yeah, I beat the first level. I played the Game Boy Advance version of this one. I think last year around this time. When we were doing a bunch of different janky Christmas games. If it's anything like the Game Boy Advance version, this one's pretty bad. A lot of the there's a lot of hitbox problems where enemies don't get hit when they should, enemies hit you when they shouldn't. At least on the Game Boy Advance. We'll see how the PlayStation version is. A lot of collection chivos here. Some damageless bosses. And then just complete the levels. So, pretty basic set. At least there's that. Let's see here. Have you played this one at all, Manny?
No. And based on what I've seen, maybe I've won this one.
It's kind of got a clay aesthetic to a lot of the enemies.
I mean, I like claymation like look in general, but I feel like we're super zoomed out. Is like the odd point here.
I want to say the Game Boy version is actually kind of the opposite, where it's zoomed in. You can't really see what's where you're supposed to go or what enemies are coming up until they're right on you. So this is probably better than the Game Boy Advance version. I wonder if I can pull up one of those. Is there a GBA?
It was probably made at the same time.
Let's see. Yeah, this is the version I played. I guess it's not that bad as far as being that zoomed in. Yeah, I think PSX version is... It definitely looks a lot cleaner.
Yeah, they were both probably made like at the same time, or this one was the priority, and then they were like, "Oh, the GBA had just come out, or it's relatively new. Let's do that." Because, I mean, if there's a GBA version and it's not like that improved, I'm guessing this came out like after the PS2 was already out.
Maybe. 2002. Yeah. Wow. Wow, that's because it was 2001, right? Or 2000? No, 2000 when PS2 came out.
Yeah.
It's 2000 or 2001?
2000.
Yeah, it's a very late PS1 game. Evil Gamus.
Interesting.
Well, if you want a seasonally appropriate game, and you're not already doing the games for the event, there you go. Maybe that'll be on the event next time. All right, getting towards the end here. Next up, we got Silent Scope, and 2 and 3. We'll just cover all 3 of these at once. So this is a rail shooter. From Konami. Dun, dun, dun. So you're gonna get Chivos for headshots, scoping out hot babes. Frosty says he's gonna play these tomorrow, if not tonight, and they just came out tonight, so you might be running into the new set problems of Chivos not popping when they're supposed to, but put in tickets if they don't.
I'm definitely gonna play these probably tonight. I think I played I think it was the second one a long time ago, and I think it's just dumb fun. It's not anything like super serious. And I'm pretty dumb, so ultimately it works for me.
And I think these are all PS2 games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with good dumb fun. We'll just look at the first game. That's fine.
These are also very interesting because I think these were part of I don't know if people would remember these, but PS2, some of the games were on different formats for a bit, and I think these were among those where they were trying to, piracy prevention. Of course, it didn't work, but I'm pretty sure these are in a slightly different format.
I mean, they were still coming out on what? Was the PS2 a Blu-ray player?
No,
or just DVD, just DVDs.
Just DVD. But there was a bunch of different stuff that they tried for the PS2. The pretty famous one that was unintentional is the double layer. Sometimes if you tried to load in like Xenogears is a great example, or not Xenogears,
Xenosaga maybe.
Yeah, Xenosaga. There we go. If you try to load in Xenosaga on your fat PS2, it won't work because they double layered it, and the old PS2 fat has trouble reading it. Do you get bonus life? Is that what I just see for? That's funny. Yeah, I'm gonna play these. It looks like just look, boom, I shot you. Ooh, move on.
There you go. Yeah, it looks pretty fun. It's pretty fun. So if you like rail shooters, give this one a shot. Looks easier than what was the other one we were Foxy was playing a while back? Was Panzer Dragoon? Bit easier than Panzer Dragoon.
It's way easier.
There you go. There's 3 games, all of which are that same kind of formula. A lot of Chivos here for doing the Hey Foxy, you're still awake. Yeah, Panzer. It was a fun time. It was a fun time watching you anyway. I don't know. It was a fun time playing. That was a pretty rough set. I think that was like a 1cc. Was it a really hard one or deathless? I don't know. Woke up for a moment. You're advancing.
You woke up to a nightmare.
Well, we were talking about Silent Scope, so maybe play some Silent Scope and put yourself to sleep to the sounds of people falling off buildings after being shot. All right, that finishes. Let's double check here. I think that finishes all of the. We're caught up. We're caught up. We're not going to be behind for next week.
Like a page and a half.
Well, I mean, we did play some of these as we went too, so there's that.
True.
Some pretty cool games. Megami Tensei is definitely I'm going to play through. I'm going to try playing some of those adventure games, even if I have to watch the stupid YouTube videos while I play. Try to get some of those text adventures because those are just interesting, historically interesting. And Megami Tensei is kind of interesting. Yeah, good fun. Let's look at. We'll just hit the top 25 list here of last week. We probably should. We didn't get to do community highlights the week before last, but we'll skip them. That's okay. We'll just do this last week's. Let's see. Like we said, top 25 here. So we got Wise, Mr. Wise, who's probably streaming right now, actually. Is that I think that's without an S. Yeah. No, actually, he's not streaming. He's recently been playing. Go ahead.
He has been grinding. This guy, he's zooming. He kept passing me, and I'm trying my best to keep him below me in the rank. We're right next to each other.
Yeah, he plays a lot of games, and he has a bit of ADHD, I think, and he just swaps when he gets bored. But he is really skilled, so he can badge a lot, as you could see already. He's almost up to his 200th game, and this guy started this year, you know. But he's been playing some Ninja Gaiden Sega Master System version. Really cool game. Really good soundtrack. Really beautiful game for the Master System. Actually, not even just for the Master System, just a beautiful game, period. And seems to play pretty well. So, pretty cool version of Ninja Gaiden. Very different from the NES versions. And he also got going on Mr. Goemon, because Chrono got him going on this. So he's been playing a lot of this arcade game. He did get the 80K 50-pointer. Looks like he's also been playing a bunch of different arcade games. Growl. He got Growl on Mega Drive badge. I think this one's like a top-down shooter. No. It's a beat 'em up. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
I've never played it.
But yeah, kicking butt, and he was number 1, so he got 2,300 last week. Next up was Bo, who already went to bed. Throw him a shout out. Bo has also been grinding like a mofo. He's been playing Road Trip. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we watched Sark badge this one. Cool game, very cool game. Kind of an open world adventure / racing game, and you're kind of playing with the characters really remind me of those like the little plastic car things you used to get at like the gas stations. Like Mobile had this whole thing going on, so like I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Kind of reminded me of those, but very like cutesy anime style cars as all the characters. And he got Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4 on PS2 badged. That's a big one. GG's on that if you're listening to the VOD. And he got the Grinch badged. He was talking about how much of a pain this was earlier. So GG's on that.
Yeah, he got locked out of badge. He had to redo it. So GG on that one. Man, I don't want to have to play that for the event. It looks miserable.
You got options. You got options, man.
I know. Also, GG on Pro Skater. I suck at those games. I'm not any good. So GG on that one.
Next up, we got Troffle. Troffle's pretty kick-ass. He got the PSO game badged before practically anybody, and he got the grind set already badged. Hey, Stag, welcome in, sir. I'll throw a shout out here for Troffle. I also just liked his name, Troffle Waffles. It's a good name. He's currently playing through the FES version of Persona 3 on PS2. He got Final Fantasy X-2 badged already. Nice. And he got Spike McFang, which is this week's Fat Black and Greasy podcast game of the week, or game of the month, number 2. He's already got that one badge, so GG's on that. And he got Link's Awakening badge relatively recently too. So GG's on all that. Next we got Navanos. Navanos was the guest on the, speaking of the FPG podcast, he was the guest on the FPG podcast this last Sunday. Throw him a shout out. Another very skilled gamer. Very cool dude. He's really into FPS games in general, so unsurprisingly, he's already halfway through Killzone here.
Oh, I lived.
And I think there he is playing.
Oh, that's the dev screen. His head going.
I think that's Enter the
going
Matrix or
warm.
something.
Fan.
Looks like it.
Hey, Pulse. Welcome in, sir. So he's working on Killzone, working on Super Mario 60. Wait? That's surprising. I would have thought he'd already batched this one. He's working on Super Mario 64, about a third of the way through that. A little more than a third. And he just recently badged the Hokuto no Ken on PS1. That is a classic. It is kind of a QTE game, which is unfortunate, but it is still an awesome, awesome game. Probably just because it's a really good retelling of the anime, which is a lot of fun. And he also got Kirby's Dream Course. I think he must have booted that up, because they were talking about how he had badged that a while ago. That's apparently one of the most difficult sets on the site. And then he got Nights into Dream, the Christmas Nights into Dreams. So he's working on the Christmas event there. Next up, we got Chrono. Chrono is another one of the top achievers on the site here, number 4. He's already into Siren, as we were talking about, I guess. But almost a little over three quarters of the way through it. And he badged Mr. Goemon.
Eating noise.
GG's on that. That is a huge one. That one was really rough watching Foxy go through that one. Cool game. Very like classic arcade game. Very tough. Very tough. So GG's on that. Looks like he was also recently playing Batman on Mega Drive, and Genesis, and Polar Express on Game Boy Advance, which I hear is kind of boring, but hey. And I think he'd already got God Hand before that. I don't know if he was playing that, if he booted up just because he was watching Wise play it, but I think he had badged that before. But GG's on it anyway. It's a hard one. Cassette Cobra's here too. He's on the top 25. Next up, we got Sark. Sark is number 2 on the site. He's been working on Shrek the Third on PSP. It looks like he started the PS2 one as well. And I guess
So we probably can't take another hit. Yeah,
I guess since he got the PSP one done, you might as well do the PS2. It's pretty much the same game, I think.
I like when he reaches into his pockets and throws delicious Snickers.
Looks
bars
like
in.
it.
And he's working on
Richter,
Tomato
you're not
Adventure
you when you're
and
hungry.
Sigma Star Saga.
Have a Snickers. Oh God.
This one's
why?
on. This one is his request game that he's working on right now.
I have a peanut allergy.
That's the GBA weird shooter, right? Or weird,
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's a trip.
Yeah, it's an RPG shoot 'em up. Yeah, shoot 'em up RPG, and then the regular stages are like as you're like walking around. It looks like actually it kind of reminds me of like the Superstar Saga type games, the Mario and Luigi. It's very similar to that in terms of the just like graphical appearance. Stag says that's what he's doing. He's gonna double dip on that Shrek.
A double dip.
And, once you beat it once, it's probably not that hard to beat it again with all the
Do that
better
with
graphics.
Lego Star Wars.
I was thinking about doing it because Lego Star Wars, Command Mission, Scooby Doo, all of those have PS2 sets. I don't know about this guy.
This guy sucks.
back to working on Warriors Orochi, which is a huge set. Dynasty Warriors games.
I have so many questions as well.
And
This is
working on the
spirit side of our
subset
problem.
for Budokai. Very cool.
Yeah, I found my memory card for the PS2 because I had like 6 memory cards and I
There's
stored
a lot
them.
of mixing problems
and
with the audio in this game.
2 of them, I don't know where they ended up going, and I couldn't find them for the
That's
longest time. So I was actually
Probably
able to
one of
load
the
stuff
biggest
up.
negatives about it.
Nice. And into Pokemon games. Not that you know anything about Pokemon, you know.
I don't know what those are.
And Tetris 64. Ah.
I was trying to get the secret grade, finish that up.
Yeah,
RNG was not my friend.
that is tough. The Megatris stuff is pretty tough too. Or Gigatris rather. But GG on getting up to first 15. That's not bad. Not bad at all.
I think the secret grade is kind of a bit of a troll in this version of the game because there's another set that I did for Tetris that had the same thing. But it was way easier because the RNG was much more in your favor. For 64, it seems to really just give you the same piece over and over. And when you're at the last 2 spaces, you're just dead. You can't do anything.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot with I wasn't even trying for Secret Grade, but you do get a lot of the same pieces over and over and over. So it's a little bit, I just wish it was a little bit more random, or I mean, I guess that could be random, but it's like I wish it was divvied up a little bit more. Like there's I want to say in the regular Tetris set or regular, NES Tetris, there's like a rule in the code of the way it divvies out blocks to you. So like you're something like in every 15 ones that drop, you're going to get at least one of every kind, something like that. Not necessarily each like the left and the right versions of things, but I think there's some code in there, and it doesn't seem to be in the N64 one.
I know the NES one has it's like a weight system, kind of, where if there's a certain amount of weight that'll eventually, like, more than likely release it, but it's entirely possible for you to go 20, 30 pieces without, like, a long piece, for instance. That's what makes NES competition so, like, fierce, is because some people with droughts don't know what to do, and you could be the best Tetris player with the open field, but if you just get LLLZZ block, what are you doing? Like, do you know what you're doing? So it's really fun to watch those.
Yeah, like, yeah, you can get stuck pretty bad. But GG's on all the Chivo work here, and Burnout Dominator, you almost got that one.
All I know is simple games.
Like, not Pokemon.
I don't know. That wall is definitely not Pokemon. That's a lie.
Next up, we got Cassette Cobra, who's been playing some Mega Man Battle Network 2. So we were talking about this series a lot today. There's number 4 came out with a set, or one of the versions of 4.
What? I did
So,
2 hits of damage?
Good
What?
times. GG's on getting, you're almost there for Mario Party 6. That's a heck of a grind there. Good work on that, sir. You don't think you have a single Pokemon set?
Wow.
Oh, you're the expert.
Oh, now I see why you were talking about Lock-On. Oh. I see now. I see. And New Rally X. You just like Jirachi?
I did want to try the new Rally X set. I'll have to try it.
Yeah, I could.
Hopefully it's not max speed though.
Oh, yeah, that's been the problem with so many PC-88 games. But I wasn't able to find this one in the Neo Kobe, so Cassette, did you find this one in where'd you find? Well, I probably shouldn't ask that on stream. I think we're both in Pulse's Discord server. If you want to DM me sometime on where you found it, I'd much appreciate it because I'd like to give that one a shot as well. But GG's on the badge on that one. GG's on the badge on Lock On. I mean, that was kind of a gimme set, honestly, but still, I guess we're both going for that Def Jam event. So good work on that too. Yeah, I am definitely on Pulse's server probably under Metz Ingerstein without the Baron. So just look for Metz. I'm probably on there. Next we got Necro. Necro's a pretty cool dude. He does Democracy on his channel, which means that this is going to be a list of 100 different games, all of which only a little bit of progress here and there. But he's kind of a late night RA guy. He's been playing some Twisted Metal, some Adventure Island 2 on Game Boy.
4%, bitch!
Some Turtles in Time on Super Nintendo. Somebody had to play Superman 64. He's already got half the badge on that one.
That shit.
God bless you, sir. God bless you. And we have Punch Out at Home, otherwise known as Wade Hickston.
Damn on it.
Oh man, his chat's been mean. His chat has been mean. Oh, and he played a little bit of the Grinch too. Oh, and the Game Boy Color one too. At least he got some time on Shrek the Third. That's the FBG podcast game of the month. One of the two. Oh, looks like he tried out Solo the Samurai as well. Very cool. Next up we got Suffa. Throw Suffa shout out here. Suffa's been working on Days Before Christmas and The Grinch. So doing some of those holiday event chivos. And he got the Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 remake on Game Boy Color badged. GG's on that, sir.
GG.
And he got Sigma Star Saga badged. Nice work. And he's working on Snow Bros as well. So he's just hitting all those seasonal games. Next up, we got Rockstar Lexi. She's kind of our Sonic mascot girl. Plays all the Sonic games. She's been working on Adventures of Little Ralph, which I think Docker gave her.
Now it's your turn.
And she recently got Astro Boy badged and Rapid Reload, which is a pretty cool game. This one's quite the grind, so GG's on this one. This one's pretty tough. Gunner's Heaven was a pretty good one too. And she got Sonic Winter Adventures. I watched her struggle with that one for a bit, so good to see she got that one. GG's. The Grinch wasn't a good game, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know if you were expecting it to be. I don't know what to tell you. It's got quite the reputation preceding it. And it's a movie tie-in game from the PlayStation 1, so...
I mean, it fits the Grinch. Just saying. You expect a decent time, and it's like, nope.
All right. Got Foxy up next. For yet another shout out, because why not? Foxy's been doing all the... So Foxy's starting to do, because the Credits and Continues has been discontinued, he's doing Monday streams. And today was pretty cool, so I hope he keeps up with it, because it was a lot of fun today. But he started playing a bunch of the Christmas event games. So we got Wacky Races badged, so GG again on that one. And he's working on Days Before Christmas. Got that one a little bit over halfway badged. So a lot of progress today. And it looks like he booted up a bunch of other ones just to get him going. And then we got some for Free Play Friday, this Friday. Cosmic, him and I are going to be playing some Mario Golf, so that'll be fun. I don't know if that one is multiplayer enabled as far as the set goes, but should be fun regardless. Just I know Foxy and Cosmic can get pretty competitive with that, so fun times. Next up, we got Knocker. Knocker's been working on some Mike Tyson's Punch Out. I think he's been getting some advice from Wise on that one. But, Knocker being Knocker, I'm sure he'll get that one. And he badged
we got up there.
James Bond 2 as
we
part
go.
of the Christmas event, so that's cool. And Street Fighter Alpha on the arcade, and Kadash on the PC Engine. And then bonus set for Turtles in Time. GG's on that, sir. Dang. Gotta throw a lot of enemies on the screen for that. That's basically like throwing every enemy you find.
That's a lot. Wow.
Yeah, 325. Next up, you got Rev. Who is that guy there? He's been playing some more Final Fantasy 11. Got Wacky Races almost badged.
Oh no! Oh no!
Elf Bowling almost badged.
Oh, I'm
Making a lot of
dead.
progress on Rise of the Zillart as well, which is the Final Fantasy 11
Yeah, I
expansion.
hate this game,
So
and I don't have.
it's going to be
oh my
as they get more and more of the expansions of 11, and
I don't like this game anymore.
it's going to be pretty easy to get pretty high on the rankings just with Final Fantasy 11 achievements. It's kind of funny. But there you go. Plus he's got the PSO badges, so like he could just be the MMO guy at this point. Just Final Fantasy 11 PSO. There's an EverQuest on PS2 as well. I don't know if there's a private server running it anymore or anything, but if that ever gets a set, oh man. Next up we got Lifted. Lifted is part of the Fat Black and Greasy podcast that runs on Sundays alongside Pulse and Game Squad. And he's already started in on Parasite Eve.
Great game.
Happy birthday!
Great game. Indeed.
Don't tell your wife I got you a stripper.
Oh, he's also working on Monopoly.
Yeah, it looks like he booted that one up. And then he's almost got Blaster Master badge. That one's a pretty rough one to badge. Oof. You gotta 1LC it.
You gotta one. Oh, I'm good. I'm good on that one. One life. And he's almost done with Midnight Club.
Oh yeah.
Saw that.
That's another pretty long grind of a racing game. So GG's on all the Chivos, sir. Kicking butt. Next up we got Graham. Graham plays a little bit of everything. He's also been doing a bunch of Final Fantasy 11. Almost badged it. Got a bunch of the Rise of the Zillart as well.
Can't you hear my bubbling bubs? I want you, my nubs.
Recently badged Wheel of Fortune and getting close on Solar Striker, which I think is a shoot 'em up on Game Boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he must have gotten the badge already and they did a revision. Looks like. Did they not have hard mode Chivas before?
Probably not. Because Solar Striker is one of the really early Game Boy games. Like, it came out, I almost want to say like within a half a year of launch. So it was probably when they were doing Game Boy games for initially on the site. It was like throw this. I mean, look at like Tennis, Baseball, Alleyway, like all the launch titles got that treatment.
Gotcha. Well, you know what I've been playing tonight. So I'm on here too. I think it's like this last week, the main thing I've been working on is the rare drop set and the regular set for Dragon Quest IV. I did boot up some Streets of Rage just because I saw Sark playing it, and didn't play very much of that. But other than that, I've been working on some PC-88 games. So Evergreen's a lot of fun, so highly recommend that one if you're looking for a PC-88 action game to play. And Space Harrier is actually pretty fun. I've been playing some of that too. So other than that, there's just what we played tonight. And we got Theo and Blag. Throw Theo a shout out here. Theo hangs out with us sometimes over at Foxy's. He's been playing some Sonic Jam. Got about a little less than a quarter of the way through that one. A little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh, a little bit of Paper Mario, a little bit of Partners in Time, and a little bit of Mario Party 4.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah. A lot of Mario games. And Sonic. And Blog is pretty cool. He's started out as a speedrunner for Ninja Gaiden. Very skilled player. Very obviously knows a lot of the strats for a lot of the Mega Man games and the Ninja Gaiden and stuff like that. Looks like he's been playing Rock Band and Forte on the Super Nintendo, which is essentially Rock Band 9 from the original series. And then Mega Man X3, Mega Man X4 on Super Nintendo, on PS1. A little bit of Super Mario World, and he badged Mega Man 2. So GG's on that. I want to say this set, I think this one has a damage list for Airman. Is it Airman?
Yeah.
I think Airman is that's kind of the hardest damage list in here. That or maybe
the
some of
hardest
the...
is the boss rush is the hardest. And it's not even really like hard in the sense of it being super difficult. It's just like you get a pattern that just doesn't work for you. So you just lose. But yeah, that one's pretty brutal.
Yeah. And then we got Pookums and RVK. So, Pookums a shout out here. Pookums has been playing some Dynamite Heady. I remember we were talking. They were talking to Vanos about this one being one of the harder sets out there.
Now
The Cryon Conquest. I remember watching Sark badge that one. It's like a Mega Man, but with a witch instead.
I do. Okay, I get my health back.
Gain Ground. I think that one's a top screen or top down running gun.
I forget where the best
Tough Enough.
to hit.
I don't remember that one. It's a 2D fighter. Interesting. That looks kind of like the vampire dude from Darkstalkers.
Huh.
But I think this is a different company. Jellicoe. And Pit Fighter. I wonder if he was doing like a 2D fighter stream or something. Oh, he did Rise of the Robots. And Clay Fighter. Yeah, he was doing a 2D fighter theme. He must have been. Sheesh. Shaq Fu. Oh, man.
Oh, brother, man.
God bless you, Lord Pookums. Oh, man. Next up, we got RBK. RVK hangs out with us over at Scanlines. He's been playing Air Ranger, Rescue Helicopter, some Yoshi's Island on the Game Boy Advance, so the Game Boy Advance version of that one. Super Mario Advance 3. Started in on some Spike McFang, and some Burnout Legends, and some Rad Racer. Getting pretty far into Burnout Legends.
Burnout Legends is interesting. It's like a combo of 2 and 3 on like a unlimited console. So it's interesting.
Here we got Maddie Boom Batty, who's playing some Jigsaw Madness. I know that game pretty well.
Well, if you prove to be good enough, you can lose a piece and join the amazing pedestal rankings that Baron is a part of.
Well, that isn't DJ. That happened on the Saturn.
Yeah.
One. But,
it's still impressive. I didn't know it was possible, but you can in fact lose a puzzle piece in a video game.
Indeed.
Just like real life.
Indeed. And then you're stuck. You're soft locked. So you recently badged number munchers and word munchers. GG's. And been working on some Sudoku. There you go. Sudoku on the PS2. That's got to be a really high quality, really high visual fidelity Sudoku. PS2. All right, and that covers the community highlights for tonight. And we've been playing games, so we got the game section done. I think we're gonna call it a night with that and find a raid target. So, Manny, thank you for joining me tonight. You've been a great help.
No problem.
And thanks everybody for coming out. Stag, Cassette, Pulse, Knocker, Foxy, everybody. A lot of people showed up earlier today. Thanks a ton for the raid earlier, Foxy. Thank you for the follows from Lady Levi, and somebody else was popped in from that raid. Really appreciate it. Smexy, thanks for popping by. Frosty, Yoshi, Bo, hope you guys all had a wonderful night. Hopefully this was a fun stream. We'll go find a raid target here. Well, who is on site? Let's see. Necro is on doing some kind of a charity thing for Toys for Tots, and he's playing that Wade Hugston game on Game Boy Advance. Pookums is on playing some of the Dragon Quest III remake. Was that the 2D HD or 3D HD or something? Alexi's on doing Little Ralph. Frowny's on doing some Donkey Kong Country. Since this is the R review, let's go with somebody doing retro. So, and Blog is on. Blog is on doing some Mega Man and bass. So Rock Band Forte. What's up, Cassette? Gotta say, Baron? You earned less than 500 points from this Play Jam session? Yeah, it's a lot of those PC 88 games are not worth a ton of points. Especially not those text adventures. I don't think those are worth very many points, but they are worth points towards the Dev Jam event, at least. Not even reaching 220 points. Yeah. Well, at least you're not farming rare drops and not even getting 6 points. So there you go. All right, I don't think I've rated Blog before. Let's go do that because Blog's a cool cool dude. And he's doing Rock Band Forte, which is one of my favorite Rock Band games. It's a really good one. It's a little bit on the difficult side as far as the Rock Band games go, but I like it. So go raid blog. Not my favorite, but it is. I like it quite a lot. I think on the I kind of like all of them on Super Nintendo. I like Mega Man X a lot. I like Mega Man X2 a lot. I like Rock Band Forte. I like 7 and 8 quite a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I like the Battle Network games quite a lot. Probably X1 is probably my favorite overall. But anyways, have a great night, everybody. Thanks again for popping by. Stay healthy. God bless. Keep earning Chivos, guys. You have a great night. Play Battle Network 4 the most of the games. Yeah. I gotta get around to that one. Catch you guys. All right. And for anybody watching on YouTube, thanks for stopping by. Have yourself